friends. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good morning. Let's give little YouTubes a sec for us to catch up here. Have a quick little hydrate. I think we're just about here. Oh, there we are. Hello, my friends. Hello. Let's change that view really quickly. Hello. Hi. Welcome. Happy Saturday. It's been has it been one Saturday, two Saturday? I don't even remember. It's been a bit. It feels like it's been a bit. I was out of town last weekend in Spokane, Washington. Well, suburb of Spokane, Washington, teaching at a 3 Craft Chicks event, which was just lovely. And back for a bit. We've got a wedding later this month, so we are listing something in my eye. We're listing the next 2 Saturdays, and then not a Saturday, and then things get all a little bit mixed up for the fall, because that's when my travel teaching gets a little bit hectic. So welcome to you. Happy Saturday. If we've not met before, welcome. My name is Layle. I have a business called Layle by Mail. When I'm not traveling, we are here on Saturday mornings doing what I like to call creative listings. So a couple of days before we begin on Saturday, I post a couple of list topics or list prompts on my blog, gets posted on social media, it goes out in an email. But when we get together here on Saturdays, we make lists. And we make lists, but in a different way. We're telling our story, and we're probably telling our story in a very different way than maybe you have ever told your story before. For example, one of our lists today is things that feel like a win, right? What are things in your life that feel like a win? It's a way for us to not only document, but it's also a way for us to play. There's not a lot of pressure, right? Should be no pressure. We all know how to make a list. We've been making lists all of our lives, and it's just a really easy, no pressure. Don't have to be Ernest Hemingway, right? We don't have to be Ernest Hemingway to write. We can just write a list and then have fun with it and play. So that is what we are doing here today. Welcome to you. If you are watching live, welcome. There is a live chat that takes place if you're watching live. And if you'd like to pop in the chat and say hello, I would love for you to do that. Say hi, tell us where you're from, tell us what the temperature is like where you are. Whatever you want to do, just say hi. Even if you're a lurker, even if you are a long-time watcher, first-time commenter, long-time listener, first-time caller, pop in and say hi so we know we're here. You're here. I know we're here. So we know you're here. And if you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. I know especially in the summertime, things get crazy busy. And even year-round for some of us, some of you, Saturdays are a little bit hectic. So if you're watching the replay, welcome to you. Always fun to have you here. And if you're watching the replay, leave us a comment in the comments. And we'd love to know that you're here also. Okay. So let me quickly divert my attention, my eyes, over to the chat so we can see who is here, and then we'll get going. Let's see, we're starting with Carrie. Hello, Carrie Meredith. I spent some time with Carrie last weekend at the retreat that I talked about. She is, let's see, smoke is finally clearing a bit in Oregon. It's a beautiful day. How is it where you are, friends? How is it where you are? I think it's beautiful outside. It's the time of year where it's hard to go outside because it's really hot. We went to the Zach Bryan concert last night. Nick and I did with some friends. And when the sun went down, it was still like 102 degrees. So it was very warm. And I had a cowboy hat on, which was awesome. But to say I had some hat head when I got home, like you wouldn't even believe it. And so I had to let my cowboy hat air out overnight. And this morning, because I don't wash my hair every day, can't do it. Not good for my hair, I've learned. And so this morning I woke up, and I always put it up in the middle of the night anyway. Or not in the middle of the night, but before I go to bed, I put it up so it doesn't get all, messed up on the sheets, things I've learned along the way to help my hair. But I took that, scrunchie out, and the top of my head was like, ooh, some fun stuff going on there. So anyhow, yes, it's warm. It is warm. I think we'll be up in the early hundreds again today. So we'll see. We'll be spending some time indoors, right? Good morning, Paula. Let's see. CT Grammy's here from Connecticut. Major thunderstorm last night. And where she is, smoke has been clearing. Yeah, we have lots of smoke in the U.S. right now. Western part of the United States is, as this time of year, always really struggling. Horrible fires. I'm sure you saw them on the news. Horrible fires last weekend in Spokane area. And even where we were suburb of Spokane, but the smoke was just incredible. And then we have a number of fires going on here in Utah. And so I know Canada has lots. And it sounds like Connecticut, anyhow, just kind of feels like everything's on fire. So stay safe. Hello, Becky. Nice to see you. Becky is, if you don't know, Becky's my amazingly talented, I should say our amazingly talented graphic designer that just works wonders with the things I throw at her. Hey, Becky, I'd really like it if we could make this. And she's like, I'm on it. I'm on it. So it's wonderful to have you here, Becky. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Jane. She's happy to be back. Pennsylvania, nice to see you. Amy is right hand. I always joke. Amy keeps the wheels on the bus when we are driving down the freeway at 70 miles an hour, trying to change a tire at the same time. So she keeps everything going and organized, and all the communication happening between everyone on the team and our suppliers and manufacturers and factories and all that. So thank you for joining us, Amy. Let's see. Hello, Marion. Nice to see you from Anacortes. Sherry Susan, hello, hello. Wanda, nice to see you, Tennessee. Beverly from Montana. Kelly says, this is my first listing in my new Traveler's Notebook. Kelly, I am so happy for you, and there are a lot of people here that are happy for you because we've all been there, right? We've all been exactly where you are, and it's just so fun and exciting. And the best part I think about what we do is that the fun and excitement never stops. It has never worn off for me, and I've been working in a Traveler's Notebook for about 10 years, so you've got lots of fun ahead of you. I love it. Thanks for joining us. Virginia, hello from Decatur, Georgia. Your knee, doing better, maybe a little bit better, Virginia? I hope so. Hello, Carol K from Central Canada. Marilee, nice to see you, Marilee. Tracy from Iowa. Melissa from Pennsylvania. You're always so sweet, Becky. Thank you. Becky is always very complimentary, so I very much appreciate that. That's a little glimmer for me today. Thank you. Hello, Carrie Evans from Montana. Bonnie Phillips, Minneapolis. I love it that Virginia's saying, hey to my friends, and she's listed off a bunch of friends. And you know what? Friends are probably never met in person. They're just friends from here, from our community, and I should say the community that you guys built. So I love that. I love that for all of us. Julie, hello from sunny California. Yes, Debbie and Tammy. Julie is saying she had friends that were at the retreat that I was at, that I taught at last week. Yes, Debbie and Tammy. And I always remember this. I'm pretty sure it's Debbie and Tammy. They bring these little like Scottish shortbread butter treat things. Oh my goodness, they're the most amazing things ever. And yes, I did already eat them. Hello, Dawn. Nice to see you from Calgary, Alberta. Martine from the Netherlands. Nice to have you with us, Martine, in your evening. Hello, Marcia. Justine. Debbie. Hi, Debbie. And yes, I saw Debbie at the retreat as well. Made it home okay through the smoke. Yes. And I hope your drive was okay. Watching out the window, that was a little bit surreal. Flying out of Spokane. Yeah, just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. If you didn't know, huge fires last weekend in that area, and I think they lost about 700 structures, which was just devastating arson. Yes. Marcia said, having my own business is a win for me most of the time. And you know what? That's true. Most of the time it's a win. Sometimes well, not sometimes, all the time. It's very stressful. It's very stressful. And when you have a personality where you don't let your foot off the gas very easily, then that makes it a little bit more. Yeah, and that's me. But good for you, Marcia. I'm happy that you have your own business. We love that. Virginia said listing has changed her life in the way she thinks about journaling. Thank you. That makes me so happy to hear, Virginia. And it is totally clearly it's changed my life because really it's listing that started my whole business. So when you have an hour or two, I'll tell you the story. It's kind of a long story. All starts from when I was 4 years old and lived in Japan and fell in love with all the little stationery and the little stores there. And then it just kind of continues from there. But I love that for you, Virginia. I think you're in good company here. You're in good company. I think a lot of us feel that way. Let's see. Shannon is Northwestern Washington, 58 degrees. We're all jealous, Shannon. We are all jealous. Northwest Washington. So where is that? Tell us. Like northwest. So like Anacortes area, Bellingham. We just spent a lot of time up there. So, but I would love to know where. Not perfect, Tanya. This is your first live and you're excited. Not perfect, Tanya. We are excited for you to be here too. I love that. Not perfect, Tanya. Debbie in Boise, surrounded by fires. Yes. Bonnie said it's lovely in Minnesota. Hot in Arizona. Yes, Amy. Right, Arizona. Hot, hot, hot. Loves my Griffin Moore. Good morning. She's vacationing in Prescott, Arizona. 79 at the moment. We'll get to above 100. Not perfect. Tanya said it's 90 where she is. Feels like 105. Yes. In Utah, we're very fortunate in that we do get the heat, but not the humidity. So it's totally different heat than I know some of you experience. Let's see. Thunderstorms in Decatur. Not perfect. Tanya's North Dallas, Texas. Sherry's here from Colorado Springs. Lots of people all over, right? Good morning, Gerda from Central Texas. Nice to see you. Hello, Tammy. Desert Nana's here from Tulsa, Oklahoma. It will be 103 there. Very warm, very warm. Let's see. I just want to get through. I can say hi to everyone and then we'll get going, okay? Hi, Britta. Britta from Canada, Canada. Terry, it has been a long time from Colorado. Nice to see you. Okay, just really quick side squirrel note. You know, on social media, when things kind of just pop into your feed, and usually for me, it's politics, and that's the algorithm at work. And so I'm always really happy when something other than politics pops into my feed. And what has popped in recently is a gentleman that he is from the UK, so he's British. And his family, he lives with, I think, his wife and kids. I haven't quite figured that out. I believe they live in Alabama. And they have kids. And their kids have a very strong, at least one of them, an incredibly strong Southern accent. And so the dad, in his British accent, asks the son to say words, and then the son says them, and then it's just how he talks. But this drawn out syllables, I mean, it is the cutest thing. I don't know what made me think of that, but yeah, it's just one of those. Sometimes you need good, positive things coming up in your social media as you're doom scrolling, and that's a good one. So I'll have to remember. Next time I see it, I'll copy a link and paste it into the Facebook group, in the Layle by Mail Facebook group. If you want something good and fun and nice and clean, just beautiful family. Yeah, it's really fun. This little boy is so cute, so cute. Oldfields Life 67. Hello, sitting by my baby pool right now in the driveway, waiting on my delivery man to deliver my season pass subscription so I can join in with everybody. Happy Saturday. That sounds like a great spot. Sitting in the driveway in the baby pool, waiting for the delivery man. Sign me up. That sounds wonderful. TK says hello from my lawn tractor. TK, you're like mowing your lawn with like your John Deere, and you've just got us like on your headphones with a little screen watching. I love that. That's so fun. You know who I realized we haven't seen in a long time? Nancy, who lives on a farm with her husband. Am I right? I think so. And fall time, she is kind of talking to us while she's harvesting the fields, and that's really cool. She shared a bunch of photos with us one time on Facebook, and we loved that. I know. So here's the deal, you guys. A lot of you are talking about wish we could share photos. Well, we can. If you pop into the Layle by Mail Facebook group, it is a private group, so you just have to request to be added, and I will add you. But that's a great place to share photos, and I'm really open about what you share. I ask that you not share someone else's business, because that's my business, but share your personal things. I remember Marilee I think, ran a 5K, and she was so excited, and she was celebrating some weight loss, and we all celebrated with her. That has nothing to do with what I do, other than try to lift you up, right? But really, it's just a fun community where you guys can share things like that. So if you want to share photos, pop into the Layle by Mail Facebook group and share there, because it's a great place. Then we can all see the things. Let's see. Just want to get through everybody and then we'll get going, okay? I love it. A lot of you were just like reminiscing and saying hello because you haven't seen each other for a while. Hello, Susan. Atlanta, nice to see you. Maggie says, can't wait to meet you all in Houston at the Spooky Craft Fest. Yes. October. That'll be here before we know it. We're so excited for that. Absolutely. So come see us. I'll be there. Amy will be there. Amy's cute daughter, right? Heather will be there, right, Amy? I think Nick, I think Nick might be coming in hot from a business meeting in Las Vegas that day. So we'll see if he makes it. We'll see. But yes, that will be so much fun. So much fun. Let's see. It does feel like it's been months, Terry. Yeah. Oop, whoopsie. Virginia said she lived in the Berkshire Mountains, Massachusetts, for years, I think. Massachusetts, MA. They couldn't understand me and I couldn't understand them. Let me tell you what, when you go to Wales, in northern England, I don't know. Anyhow, Wales, very incredibly difficult to understand. I mean, lovely people, but difficult to understand. Also learned that when we went to Scotland. The further north you get, the stronger that accent gets. And sometimes you're like, wait, what? Excuse me, what? And then I just nod my head. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that's great. All right. It's gonna be chatty, you guys. It's gonna be chatty today for sure. Yes, oh good. Heather will be there. The dates in October. Amy, will you pop those in for us? I don't quite remember what the dates in October are for Little Craft Fest. I have 3 different events I'm teaching at in October. So October's just kind of a blur in my head right now. All right, friends. I think, let's see. Hello, Sharon from Spokane. It's your 2ST time. Your first time. How do you say second with an ST? 2 with an ST. Hello, Michelle. All right, guys. Thank you. Amy said October 23rd to the 25th in Conroe, Texas, suburb of Houston. Okay, my friends. And hello, 1972 Sun Spirit from Simpsonville, South Carolina. All right, friends. So I think we're ready to roll. If you could see this room right now, you would be a disaster. So on that side of the table is stuff from our 2-week trip that we did in Harvey or RV, still not unpacked. Outside of the room is my carry-on suitcase, stuff that I have still not unpacked from last weekend teaching in Spokane. And then over here, I have 3 different projects that I am in the middle of designing. Middle of finishing. First one is, oh my gosh, I am teaching a gratitude mini book project at an event in September at Ready, Set, Create with, brand new collection called Everyday Gratitude. You guys haven't seen it yet. It will be out. Also designing a Glimmers themed traveler's notebook project kit for an event in October at She Loves Color in Wisconsin. That's also with a brand new collection that you guys haven't seen yet, but you will soon, and that is called Sparks of Joy. And then almost done wrapping up, just finishing some details on the Hello Halloween mini book project kit using the brand new Moonlit Manor. So my goal is to have a flip through video of that tomorrow out here on the YouTubes. Yeah. Phew. All right. So I think we're ready. We are listing next Saturday. We have, let's see, today is the 8th. We have a mid-month release on August 15th. 14th or 15th. I can't remember what day it is. I think it's the 14th because the 15th is Saturday. And we'll have some stamps and dies. It's a little bit lighter on a release. Oh, and a brand new themed Traveler's Notebook insert that I think you're going to be really excited about. And then August 28th. I keep getting this question. August 28th is when the annual, I think this is my 12th or 13th annual December documented mini book project kit will go up along with this year's Christmas collection called Holidays. So lots happening, lots coming. Your best bet to kind of know what's happening. Number 1, there's a coming soon link on the blog, laylebymail.com, and then the emails, because emails usually go out twice a week, always sharing lots of information there. All right, so, okay, I think we are ready. Carol, do you have a sneak of the Layle album for the Halloween mini book? Because you said that was the same album for the Christmas mini book kit, right? I will show you. I will show you something. I will show that to you. And you would never know that it's the same album. All right, you would never know it's the same album. So let me just grab this. Things are going to be falling out all over. This is the Hello Halloween mini book project kit. All right. So you can see the front of the album is very, very Halloweeny. Halloweeny, that's a word, right? The front of the album is very Halloweeny. And I did mention, because we manufactured our own albums again this year, and it is expensive to manufacture albums, and you have to buy a lot. So couldn't do separate albums for both projects. So for this one, covered up the front cover, but also we're using the same album for the December documented. This will show you I'll show you the back of the album, but this will be what the front of the album looks like for the December documented. And if you can see that, you see those stars? Those are gold foil stars. So that's how we're making the same album work for both project kits. All right. See that? Isn't that fun? Gold foil stars. And the Holidays collection, one of the packs of die cuts has gold foil accents in it. So lots of fun. All right. Are we ready? I think we're ready. I know the gold stars, aren't those so fun? They are so fun. You're welcome, Carol. You are welcome. When I can share things with you, I absolutely will. All right, I think we're ready. I'm sure I had like 28 other things that I wanted to tell you, but you know, I didn't make a list, so that's okay. Let's have some water, and then we're going to rotate the camera and then play. Okay? Nick took such good care of me this morning. Look, he got me two. Voice is still a little scratchy from teaching last weekend and all the smoke. And then, you know, we went to the Zach Bryan concert last night, and there was lots of screaming and singing. And I've been to a lot of live music concerts in my life, and I have never experienced one like that. It was unbelievable. I've never seen a crowd so engaged in a concert in my life. And Nick and I were talking about that on our way home. And I think that is because it's a much younger audience. I mean, I think he's 30 maybe, but he has some really young fans. And so, I mean, there's the whole floor was standing room only. So there were no seats there. And all those people were like, you know, jumping up and down the entire time. But it was so fun. Anyhow, the voice is going to be a little scratchy today. So we'll just try to help that with some water, with some hydrating. All right, let's get ourselves plugged in so we do not lose any power. Because if we lose power, then it's all over but the crying. All right, here we go. We good? See what we're looking like there. Get that out of the way. Move this. All these cords. At some point, I will be home and we'll be able to get all of the filming equipment set up. The goal will be a year after I bought it, because I got it all in November of 2025. So that's going to be our goal, is to get it all up and running before November of 2026. Okay, so as we get going, let's take a look at... Hello, Dana. She said, I'm excited to be here for the first time. Well, we are excited to have you as well. So let's take a look at the 3 lists that we did when we were together last. Did we do 3 or 4? I never remember. I think we did 3. Let's just look. Let's just take a gander here and see what we did. We did about last month, right? Did we? No, we didn't. That was before. All right. First one we started out was glimmers. So glimmers are just those little kind of sparks of joy, those little bright lights that hit your radar during the day. And they're generally, for me, not big things. Oh my gosh, a glimmer. Well, it made me cry. One of the participants or attendees last weekend at the event, we were in the parking lot of the hotel, and she said, hey, and I said, hey, and we were chatting, and she said, oh my gosh, I should have worn it today. It's upstairs in the bathroom. But long story short, she gave me a glimmers bracelet. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that is like the glimmer of all glimmers, a glimmers bracelet. And it was a hard weekend for, a number of different reasons. But that just put a smile on my face. Well, it made me cry, and then it put a smile on my face. So little small things, like you might be walking through the grocery store and somebody smiles at you, or somebody says, hey, that looks beautiful. That dress is beautiful, right? And you think, oh my gosh, that is just, it just makes you feel nice. So little sparks of joy. So that was our glimmers list. A lot of times my glimmers list have full photo, because for me, nature, huge glimmers for me. Like, just, that's where I experience, I'm going to say, most of my glimmers in nature. All right. So glimmers. Our second list was Life's Little Luxuries. And Life's Little Luxuries, I used a sketch. One of the sketches, let me see if I can just grab that here. If it happens to be handy, I will see. I have a large stack of sketches, but No, not where I think it would be. Anyhow, this spread was inspired by one of the sketches that Becky did for us for the summer fall season pass. And if you're like, sketches, wait a minute, what? Sketches? Pardon me. There is a frog or a squirrel or I don't know, something's in my throat. But if you're like, wait a minute, Layle, sketches, what are you talking about, sketches? If you go to the blog at laylebymail.com, there's a little drop down. You can kind of filter blog posts. One of those drop down selections is free sketches, and you will see many, many, many. Becky does for us sketches for every collection that we do and also for every season pass that we do. So there are pages worth of sketches out there. So this one just was inspired by something that she did with some hearts from one of the papers from this summer fall season pass. And then also my little border was inspired by that same sketch, border of flowers from the stamps from the summer fall season pass. So we had a lot of fun with that one. And then just a little bit of kind of an X-Acto knife and trimmed those out after we had put them down. So I still need to do something here. I need to have a single page list that I can kind of work with here. But I did cut out enough hearts that I can probably do the same thing on this side and make some hearts work along that edge. So if you're ever like, well, I like the idea of doing something like this, but then what do I do on the back? And do the same thing on the back, right? That would totally work. Virginia, when the Christmas pass comes out, so the fall holiday season pass comes out on September 5th. All right, September 5th. All right, so that was our second list. And then our third list, in the news. So in the news is a list that we have been doing on a monthly basis since probably early 2021. So for about 5 years now. And this is when I just make a list of news events that hit my radar. Sometimes, depending on my travel schedule, we get a little bit behind. So every so often I do this where I will do a spread and I will have 1 month and then the second month. So using the, here we used the About Last Month stamp set in a different way, right? Normally we're using the About Last Month stamp set for something like this. And we will be using the About Last Month stamp set for something like this today. But we made it work for our news. So those were our first three. Those were our three lists. All right. Those were our three lists. Okay. So now we are starting with, I think I'm going to switch things up a little bit and I will explain why. First on my list is About Last Month for the month of July, but I am not going to do that one first. The reason I'm not going to do that one first is if you see here, the list that I did prior, that yellow ink, I believe is mustard seed. I believe that is the mustard seed. I think it's mustard seed because we know it's not squeezed lemonade and I think it's too faint. It's not fossil. I don't think it's fossilized amber. I don't remember. Mustard seed or fossilized amber. Somebody might remember from last week when we were together. It's one of the two. But so when I had done this list when we were together last, I had stamped directly on the page. And so when you do that and you're ready to turn to the next page, you just need to be aware of what can happen. Now, the yellow isn't really shadowing or ghosting, but shadowing or ghosting is really happening with the red, right? Red is a pretty dark, pretty saturated color with a lot of pigment. So we're getting a little bit of shadowing or ghosting over here. And that doesn't mean that I did anything wrong. And our paper on our Traveler's Notebook Inserts is a very, very nice quality, but sometimes you just can't prevent that from happening. It's just going to happen. So before I start a list, I want to make sure that what I'm about to do here is not going to be affected by what I did here, and vice versa. What maybe I'm about to do here, I also don't want to affect what I did here. So for my About Last Month lists, I always am doing them directly on the page. So I'm going to not do that one here because if I do it on the page, I'll have a little bit of shadowing, ghosting, and I will probably create a little bit of that over here too. So we're going to switch the order of things. We are going to start out with, this list topic is feels like a win. Okay, so things that feel like a win, I'm going to shorten it to feels like a win. And you might be like, Layle, What do you mean feels like a win? Things that feel like a win for you. Maybe getting a parking spot right up front. That feels like a win, right? Not a huge deal. It's not like winning the lottery. Okay, no. I've never won the lottery, but I'm pretty sure that also feels like a win. But these are more, for me, this list topic is designed to more just identify those little things that feel like a win, right? These things feel like a win. So for this list, I am using, let me grab my stack of things here. We will be very heavy on the dies today. I'm doing, I think every list I'm using a metal die. Just because it's kind of the way it turned out. So for this guy, I have pulled out a couple of papers from the summer fall season pass. All right. Those two are from summer fall season pass. And I saw Marsha Ferris do something. Marsha's on my creative team. And I saw her do something with these two paired together. And I thought, oh, I really like the look of these two together. So that's what we're going to go with. I am going to create two base pages, and I'm going to use my green stripe for that. So basically, for this list, I'm going to create off the page. This would be creating on the page. I'm going to create off the page, and then I will come in and adhere it. Okay, so put this off to the side for a sec. Swap that out for my trimmer. So the Traveler's Notebook inserts that I use are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 8¼ inches tall. And when I am creating a background to build my list upon, like, well, kind of like this side, generally when I'm doing that, I am trimming my paper to 4¾ by 8. That gives me just a nice white border all around my page. So I need two pieces that are 4¾ by 8. I'm going to rotate that because when I use stripes, I like my stripes to be horizontal. And 4¾ and 4¾ So someone asked the other day when I did the live for the new Moonlit Manor collection, our new Halloween collection, I did kind of the unboxing, and someone asked, okay, Layle, so you have Reggie, this piece of carpet there. Reggie likes the carpet. She asked, so Layle, for example, in Moonlit Manor, you have 6 by 8 paper pad and you also have 12 by 12 paper. Why would I want one versus the other, or why would I want both? And I said, that's a great question. For me, if I can work with the 6 by 8 paper when I am working in a Traveler's Notebook, I prefer to work with the 6 by 8 paper. And the reason for that is the scale is smaller. And let me, well, here, I'll show you this far. I'll show you from far and wide because we'll be using this today. So for example, this paper is 6 by 8 from the 6 by 8 pad, and let's see if we can find it here. Okay, we'll look at this one instead. I've already used it. Here's a good example of difference between a 6 by 8 and a 12 by 12 with the same pattern, all right? Obviously the size is different, but the scale of the pattern is also different. So if I'm working in a smaller space like a Traveler's Notebook, I prefer to work with the 6 by 8 because the scale is smaller, and that way I get to see more of the pattern in the small space that I'm working with, all right? So sometimes you will see me use 12 by 12, like for example, 12 by 12, but I have to do 12 by 12 with that because Season Pass does not come in a 6 by 8. All right, let's get all these guys out of the way and come back to this. So left page, right page, I am going to round the outer corners because the corners of my Traveler's Notebook are rounded, the outside corners, so I will come in and round these. Virginia said 6 by 8 is the best size for listing. I think so, Virginia. That's what I prefer, but sometimes don't have that option, like what we're doing here. If I'm using Season Pass, it just comes in 12 by 12, so we'll use what we got, right? All right, next up, I need some white cardstock. Some white cardstock because I'm going to be doing some stamping. Or Now I'm not sure here. So we're going to actually try a couple of different things. I am going to, let's see. Let's create a base for this just in case we need it. Like that. That's just Nina Bright White. It is a flat, so no texture. That is what I use when I am generally doing my lists, and that always ends up being about 4 1/4, and I bet this is by 7. I haven't even measured it, but that's about by 7. When I eyeball, it's usually about 4 1/4 by 7. So let's make another one of those just in case, because I need to make a decision here. I am not sure if I want to, hang on, let me just get this cut. Sometimes, Layle, come up here. Yeesh. Sometimes the blonde is showing, like that time the blonde was showing. All right. If I just measured, that would also help. 4 1/4. There we go. All right. So I may be doing this and then doing my list on top of there, but then I really kind of lose a lot of that green, right? But I also need to do, I have to do it this way because I need to stamp my title. I think color-wise for my title, I think we are going to look at, that's probably pretty close to Mowed Lawn. So let's see, Mowed Lawn. We're going to go with Mowed Lawn. We're fully embracing the green here. So let me grab out my Mowed Lawn. This is probably the thing that you see me most often in my listing, and definitely a time investment, but it's paid off 1,000-fold. I have swatched all of my inks, and I probably did this, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago. One of the first stamp sets that we came out with was called Swatch This Inks. And so you could do this, swatch all of your ink colors, so that when you're looking for an ink, you're not going to try to find all of your greens and pulling them out from wherever you have them. I just go to my greens and my swatches and then go, yeah, Mowed Lawn, looks like it's going to be it. All right. But I think we're going to do another thing here. Let me grab, there's a little table that's in the way of what I need. I'm going to ink the edges of that just to bring out that green a little bit more. So let's get that. Let's open our little ink blending foam storage little thing here. And I've added one of those little foam pieces to my blending tool. And I am just going to ink up the edges of both of those white pieces. That is just going to help that to blend in a little bit more than just stark white on the page. That'll bring in a little bit more color. If you are a scrapbooker, if you're a card maker, if you work in a mini book, whatever kind of things like that you are making, basically what I'm doing here is I'm adding a green matte. It's almost like I had green cardstock and I'm matting the green cardstock behind my white. But when I work in a traveler's notebook, I don't like to add a lot of layers like that because it just makes things super bulky. So if I can get the look by using ink as opposed to using cardstock, then I might as well do that. And ink's a lot less expensive than cardstock over time, right? When you factor out the use over time. One-time use, definitely more expensive, but hopefully you're not just using your ink one time. Okay, so let's look at the difference there. See on the right, my ink, and on the left, no ink. It just kind of helps to blend it in a little bit more, I think. All right. Yes, Carrie, we also have the Swatch This Inks Mini. Smaller set after, I don't know, maybe we released that maybe a year after we released the size that I showed you. What's fun with that one is you can then, instead of putting it on a ring, all your swatches on a ring, I have swatched some inks in a traveler's notebook insert. You could do it in a, you could do it in a planner or in a, like an Archer and Olive notebook. You could do it in a composition book, but it's because the swatch stamps are smaller little squares, then you have, you can put them in something. You can fit more on a page as opposed to something like that. But I just use my little rings because it's handy. All right, there we go. Now, I think we will we're going to end up stamping some little frames that I'll be writing my things in. And then also I'll be accenting them with these guys. So I'll be doing a little bit of fussy cutting. Let me put this away. I think we should fussy cut first before I decide what color I want to, stamp with. Stamp my title. Let's get our ink off of our fingers. All right. Hello, Valerie. Nice to see you. I saw Valerie virtually last weekend at the event. Okay. So let's get this little guy put away and do a little bit of fussy cutting. So I have 5 things on my list that feel like a win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need 5 of these little guys. So I'm first going to come in with my scissors. Well, either way, I need to come in with my scissors. I am cutting away from the page the flowers that I want to use. And then I'll cut them again. So we know we'd like a pink. Oh, we have to have a yellow. We know we have to have a yellow. If you know Layle, you know we have to have a yellow. One, two. And then I think we could have an orange. I think an orange would be pretty there too. And then we better get some colors on the other side of the scale. Okay, and then we could do I don't know, this might shock you. I might end up going with that purple. So let's see, which blue? I think we should do this guy. We do that one, and then we do a purple. So when I look at a paper like this, for me, in Layle's brain, this is what I think. This is how I think to use it. I think fussy cutting. Beautiful paper, beautiful, kind of little, they look like little paper pieced roses. But I see that as fussy cutting. So I am switching out my regular scissors now for my fussy cutting scissors. All right. Very big difference here, right? Very big difference here. So regular pair of scissors have a space for your fingers. Fussy cutting scissors, no space for your fingers. You don't need to have space for your fingers. Well, you still are using your fingers, but there are 2 raised edges, one on the front, one on the back. Thumb goes on the first one, pointer finger goes on the back. And your scissors are sitting in the palm of your hand. These are spring-loaded. So that spring is doing all the work for you. Normally your hand has to really extend to cut. It is the spring-loaded action, their mechanism, that is really doing the cutting for you. So I lay these in the palm of my hand, and then I have very small little movements, very small short blades, but small movements that needed to cut as opposed to the big with my scissors, right? So if you're fussy cutting, here's a couple of tips. Number 1, cut your piece away from the paper, right? So notice how I cut it away from that big sheet. I wasn't trying to maneuver that big sheet as I was trying to fussy cut. So I cut it away first. And then I switched scissors. You notice I had pretty small scissors that I was working with. That let me get, fairly close. I wasn't trying to get super close in when I was cutting those guys out. Then if you have smaller pair of scissors, basically fussy cutting, and this is all just my opinion, you guys know that. I just tell you what works for me. If something different works for you, or if somebody else tells you something different, then you know what? That's okay. But for me, when it comes to fussy cutting, I want to use the smallest pair of scissors I have. Some people hate fussy cutting. And if you hate fussy cutting, usually I say to you, well, what size scissors are you using? And you say, oh, I use my 12-inch pinking shears. And I'm like, oh, no wonder. That is why you hate fussy cutting. You want to go with the smallest pair of scissors that you can. But you notice when I'm cutting here, I'll try to get a little bit closer to the camera. Number 1, I am not cutting all the way tight into that pattern, right? You see I'm leaving a little bit of border. That makes it way easier in my opinion. But you can also see my right hand, which is doing the cutting, is pretty much just staying still. I mean, you see my little finger is barely having to move to operate those scissors, but it is my left hand, my non-dominant hand, that is doing all the work, right? So, I don't know. My dad was like king of cliches. Measure twice, cut once. Use the right tool for the job. It takes two to tango. That was usually when my sister and I were fighting, and we'd go, Dad, and he'd say, takes two to tango, right? Anyhow, right tool for the job can make the biggest difference. Well, really for anything, right? If you are trying to, like, have you ever tried to screw in a Phillips screw? And this Phillips screw is the one that's like that with a butter knife. Yeah, it doesn't really work too well, does it? If you have the right tool for the job, like a Phillips head screwdriver, much easier. Even trying to use a regular screwdriver on a Phillips head just doesn't necessarily work as well. It can be done, right? Maybe with a little bit more work and maybe a little few swear words thrown in when you're trying to do it. But having the right tool for the job can definitely make a big difference. And you may have heard me talk about this before. I love fussy cutting. I find it extremely relaxing. Except one time I didn't. I live in Utah, have lived here since fourth grade. Way back in the day, there were quite a few scrapbooking magazines here and paper crafting magazines here. And if you were in the industry as a designer and you lived in Utah, it was not uncommon that you would get a call from one of the magazines saying, hey, we kind of have a tight deadline. You're local. Would you come pick something up, pick some product up, and do something for us for the magazine? And you'd say, sure. So, because they also paid, and that was nice. And it was fun to have, you know, your project published. But there was a magazine, Paper Crafts. I think it was called Paper Crafts. I don't know. It's been a long time ago. But they had lots of different things, card making, mini books, but really it was more paper crafting as opposed to scrapbooking. And one year they were doing a SIP. They did lots of SIPs, special interest publication. And this one was on home decor, like paper crafting home decor. And they reached out and said, hey, Layle, we have something in mind and we'd love for you to do it for us. I'm like, okay. And they said, well, how big of a car do you have? And I'm like, an Expedition. And they're like, perfect. Come down to the office. I'm like, okay. And I go down and they had a child's size Adirondack chair, wood, and a child's size little Adirondack side table. And they're like, we want you to do something with this for the magazine. And, you know, it's paper crafting. So work some paper in there somehow. And I'm like, oh, Lord, this is a large scale project, number one. And then number two, I'm like, how the heck am I going to work paper into that? So back at that time, it was probably, I don't know, maybe 2006. I was working for a company called Scenic Route. Scenic Route. Some of you know and remember them well. We had a collection called Laurel. And in that collection was this beautiful teal paper that had these little flowers on it. And they were, I mean, not this, but they were kind of circular, similar in shape, I guess. And I thought, you know what? There's those flowers. If I fussy cut those, I could Mod Podge them all over that white Adirondack set, and it would be so cute. So I think 75 pieces of paper, and flower yield per sheet was maybe, I don't know, 50 or 60. So do the math. 50 or 60 times 75 was a lot of flowers to cut. And so that's what I would do every night. And this was before like binge watching things was even an option, because we didn't have any like streaming services like that back then. Back in the old day, we barely had electricity back then, if you ask my kids, right? So I spent, I don't know how many nights fussy cutting those scissors. And I did not have fussy cutting scissors like that. Certainly would have made life easier. I probably didn't even have small scissors like this. I don't remember what I used, but when all was said and done, it turned out super cute and it was great, but I lost the feeling in my thumb here for about a month because, you know, when you're doing that, I lost the feeling in my thumb. So whenever someone says, I hate fussy cutting, I'm like, oh, let me tell you a story about fussy cutting, right? Okay, so now we are going to have, let's see, red, orange, yellow. We'll have two over here and then probably 3 over here. This is kind of what I'm thinking over here-ish. And then we will have a little title up here. So that's why I needed to kind of figure out what I wanted to use first, because I was thinking it might be fun to use pink for my title, but now that pink is here, because I'm going in the Roy G. Bev order, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, I think I'm going to stick with green for my title. All right, so now, where are the stamps that I pulled out for that? I know I pulled them out. There are about 3,012 stacks of things here on my work surface. Well, over here on this side table. So if I was Reggie Large Alpha, where would I be at this point? Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, so we're going to start out with Reggie Alpha Large Lowercase. You know Reggie the cat. Reggie the cat, who, miraculously enough, you know, we were gone for 2 weeks, and Sam is dad. It is Sam's cat, our younger son. He came and stayed while we were gone. And when we got back, Reggie, for the most part, no longer wakes me up in the middle of the night. Like this morning, it was about 5:30. And you know what? I consider that a win, because it used to be midnight, 2, 4. It was multiple times a night. So he's on the good list right now. He's on the nice list, not the naughty list. Okay, so I am going to spell out the word wins, and then above that I will write feels like a, no, win. Feels like a, and then win. So I need 3 letters here. W. I don't know, anytime I say W, it makes me think of George W. George W. W-I-N. Feels like a win. So tell me, friends, what feels like a win in your book? Like, what might be happening and you go, oh, that feels like a win. This feels like a win. What should I not have said? Oh, Terry, you're right. You're right. You know what's going to happen? I just jinxed myself. I just jinxed me. Tonight's going to be terror. It's going to be Reggie Terror. And then he'll get locked in the laundry room. I don't do that very often because it makes me feel sad when I have to lock him in the laundry room. But you know what? Sometimes it's a necessity. It's usually after about the 4th or 5th time he's waking me up in the middle of the night. And you might say, Layle, why does he wake you up in the middle of the night? And I say, well, because, I don't know. We've had cats. The first cat that I got was when I graduated college. That's a whole other story, because I'd never had cats in my life. Always dogs. So we've had cats for a long time. Reggie is the first cat ever that I even knew this was a thing. He's a social eater. A social eater. What that means is he wants someone to be there when he is eating. And we think that stems from Sam. When Sam first got Reggie, he was living in an apartment with a friend, a roommate. The roommate had a cat, and Sam was waking up to go to work early, probably around 5:30, and he would feed both cats at the same time. So both cats in the laundry room were both eating at the same time. So we think Reggie got used to eating with a friend. Social eater. And so then when Reggie doesn't have a friend anymore, well, he wants a friend there when he's eating. And guess who the friend is? It's not Nick. It's not Sam. It is Layle. So, yeah. Now, you might think, well, Layle, why don't you just put a bowl of food in your room? Because then you're there, you're sleeping, but you're there. And I say, oh, we did. He has a bowl of food in our room, but doesn't matter. He still wants you there. So the way he decides to wake me up is he pounces at my feet with his claws. And you know what? When a cat pounces at your feet or any part of your body when you're awake, it's rude. But when you are sleeping, it is quite the rude awakening. Now, Nick, when he does that to Nick, if he ever does, I don't know. I'm just his person, I guess, because he likes to do it to me. Nick will just launch him across the room. He kind of flies a little bit, but all right. I need to figure out where my baseline in here is for my title, because above it I need to write feels like a, and this will see when, and then I still have enough room here. All right, I think this will be good. So I'm going to come in with my little ruler, and I will draw a line with a little pencil. And that is so, I'm working with obviously unlined paper. That is now my line. And that will help to kind of make sure, maybe, that my stamping is straight-ish, right? My stamping is straight-ish. It'll give me a baseline. Ooh. Now, I hate it when this happens because my little I is going to mess up my title, won't it? Because I'll have to say like feels like a above the W because the I is in the way. So spacing wise, I feel like we should just come over here a little bit more. All right, I think that looks good. So we'll just do one more little mark about right there. Pencil, so I can come in and erase, but I will not come in and erase my pencil marks until tomorrow or next Saturday, because it doesn't have to be next Saturday, but I use Distress Oxide. Distress Oxide is a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based ink takes a little bit to dry. So if I were to ink that up and then erase right away, I would make a big giant mess, which, you know, I don't want to do. I pulled out my little testing notebook here. I am going to test first because I want to make sure my stamp is clean. I want to make sure I like the color, make sure everything is good. That looks awesome. We are good to go. So we'll come in again and stamp our little W, our little George W. W. Okay, there we go. Nice even pressure. There's my beautiful W. I've used these stamps quite a bit. I love the font that we used for Reggie. There's a Reggie Large Alpha, there's Reggie Outline, there's a number of different Reggies, Alpha stamps. But I've used these quite a bit, so I've already primed or conditioned them. Let me do the I, and I'll just show you what I mean when I say primed or conditioned them and why you want to do that. Okay, that looks good. I always test. I would much rather learn or discover something here than I would on my project. Like there's a big Reggie hair in my stamp, or my stamp's dirty, or I didn't get enough ink on, or what have you. Okay, so here is a little example. Is it in my drawer? What did I do with it? I just had it out this morning because I thought, oh, I'm going to keep that. Oh, here it is. So when you first get a new set of, ooh, almost lost my balance there. When you first get a new set of stamps, they're not ready to be used right out of the package. And that is not just my stamps. That's any photopolymer stamp, and most likely acrylic stamps too. There's a little bit of residue on the stamp from the manufacturing process. You can't see it, you can't pull it off, but it's there. So if you've ever stamped a brand new stamp and it looks like that, you're like, what the heck happened? Like, why is it all splotchy? That is because there's a little bit of residue on that stamp left over from the manufacturing process. And I don't know about you, but I want to get that off. That's not necessarily the look I'm going for when I'm stamping. So there's a couple of different ways that you can get that off. Primer, condition your stamp. I think Amy has just popped up a link in the chat for that, but also on the back of your stamp packaging, there is a QR code. You can scan that. That'll take you to the free class on here on my YouTube page. Walks you through a couple of different ways that you can prime or condition your stamp before you use them. And this is why you do that. Don't mind that E. That was me, not the stamp. But look, before I primed or conditioned and after I primed or conditioned. That is why you should prime or condition your stamps before you use them, right? Because that's what I'm looking for when I'm stamping, a nice, even, really solid impression. And that is just, not. Okay, we should probably put that back in the drawer so I have that next time handy. All right. You'll notice right after I've stamped, I come in and I clean that stamp and I put it back away. Oh, I didn't put those away yet. Good idea to clean your stamps right after you use them. People will say, Layle, what should I use to clean my stamp? And I say, well, it doesn't really matter, just as long as you clean them. I'm always using my little stamp chamois. That is something that gets my stamps clean very easily. You could use a damp paper towel. Some people like to use a baby wipe, but then some people say don't use a baby wipe because if there's any kind of alcohol in your baby wipe, that can, affect your stamp. It can eat away at the stamp over time. I've also learned the hard way that some baby wipes have a lot of fibers in them. So you're cleaning off your stamp, getting the ink off, but then you're applying all these little fibers to the surface area of your stamp. When you go to stamp with it, then your stamped impression looks really odd because you have a bunch of little like fibers that have prevented the ink from sticking. So they do make, and I do sell, Ranger has a stamp cleaner. You can use something like that. It's not necessary. Sometimes if I'm stamping with a lot of black, I like to use that cleaner because it will really get all the black off, especially if you're using something like maybe a StazOn type of ink that might help to clean your stamps a little bit more. Or if maybe you got lazy the last time you stamped and you put your stamps away and you did not clean them first, having a stamp cleaner will help kind of get some of that ink off. Kind of like your dishes. If you leave them in a sink overnight, take a little bit more work in the morning to get the food off, right? Okay, there we go. Win. Feels like a win. Did you guys tell me what feels like a win to you? What's something that feels like a win? Wanda, you have 3 stray cats. Oh, that's so fun. A win is finding a good home for the stray cat who wandered on our property and the dog chased mercilessly. Oh, that's good. That was a good win, right? That was a good win. All right, so now I need to write feels like a win. I'm just gonna have to do it over here. I mean, ideally, I didn't have the I in the way, but it's in the way, so it is what it is. Feels like a win. Feels like a win. And I think I would like to do a little period at the end of that. Oh, look what's there. What did that come from? I do not know. There is a star on the top of my stamping stylus, and that is left over from when we did in the news 2 weeks ago. So I need to figure out where that little guy goes. He is not, he should not be on there. I should have put him away. I should have cleaned him and put him away last time I used him, because next time I go to use that star, I'll be like, where is it? Okay. So put this little guy away. We are now done with Reggie Alpha Large. So that's a 6x8 stamp set. That'll kind of give you a feel for what size those letters are. All right, let's put them back over here. I don't know if I had those in a, probably had them in a stamp. Oh, I did. Hold please. Let me just do this. Put them back in the sleeve because that is important to get them back in the sleeve. Someone was talking about Cooper. Yes, the Cooper Alpha. Is that one? That's this one. Cooper Alpha. This is so fun to use. That's the one that I used on that Life's Little Luxuries list. What's so fun about that stamp set is it's meant for nesting. So you can kind of nest the little stamps in with each other. Super fun. If you haven't seen that one, go check it out because Becky did an amazing like idea sheet for us with that stamp set to give you some ideas on how you might kind of organize them or, you know, group the letters together in your words. Okay, so now you know what I might do. Maybe we would like to have a little divider here, a little separator. This is List Builder Dividers, and it is just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different stamps that kind of serve as a little divider between your title and then your list. So I think what I might like to do, how about this one? I think the little scallop, because the scallop will be similar to the little scallops around those pieces. Oh, but before I do that, let's think about this, because these are the things that I will be using for, I am going to need to die cut these too now that I think about it. So I am going to keep this super simple because I'm going to have all these really ornate frames on here. I am not going to do a crazy divider, and I'm actually going to get lazy right here. There is a stamp that is a single line. There's also one that's a double line, but we have a lot to do today. So I'm just going to be lazy, and I am just going to draw my little divider there. Things that feel like a win. All right, so originally I was thinking that I was just going to stamp the frames. So each of the 5 things on my list that feel like a win, I was going to just stamp them here. but I think I need to die cut them because I don't want a full flower. I think I might want part of the flower to go behind. I don't know. Let's see. Let's figure out which frames we want to use first. These are in the box frames. These came out with the July release. And there's a stamp set, and then there's also a coordinating die set. You know, anytime we do coordinating dies, always sold separately. You can buy them in a bundle, but not everybody uses dies, so we sell those separately. So let's see which 5 I might want to use. I think I might stay away from this guy because he's so similar to that. So if we did that one, basically all of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll do 5. I don't know why I'm taking those all off right now. I don't need to do that. I just need to figure out. I don't have a lot of room over here because I'm doing 2. But the other thing is, if I die cut them, stamp and then die cut, I can make them kind of move a little bit down below my white or, you know, on the edges if I need. So let's get some, and I need to be able to write inside of them. So I don't want to use any pattern paper. I think we'll do white again. So where is that white that I had left over? Here we go. Let's do what I need to be thinking about is, okay, if this guy is going here, I think I would like my frame to be with stamped in that color, right? So if we do, I don't know, do we want to do all, I think we have to do all different, don't you? I think we need to do all different. But now we've got to make a little bit more decision. We have to decide which ones we want to go with here. This could be fun going another way too. Maybe we do that one there. And then we do, how about if we do this guy over here? So this guy would come here, and then this would be red, orange, my orange one. Where did my orange one go? Here we go. Here's orange. Okay, so this color, I'm thinking that's probably picked raspberry is probably what we want to go with there. That looks good. Picked raspberry. Then our orange, maybe spiced marmalade. Let's see. Let's see how good we are at guessing my colors. Red, orange. Ooh, I don't know, ripe persimmon. Yeah, spiced marmalade. You know, when you get to using colors often, that you start to recognize what will go well. Now, I think squeezed lemonade's going to go the best with that, but squeezed lemonade is going to be very difficult to see. So, I think we need to go with fossilized amber. Just squeezed lemonade, especially since there's not a lot of, there's a lot of detail in these stamps, but not a lot of surface area, that it'll make it a little bit harder to, make them a little bit harder to see. And then we have that. It's funny, in my head, it's not flamingo. It is, what is it? Red, orange, yellow, blue. Evergreen bough, lucky clover. No. I don't know. I feel like it's evergreen bough. I think evergreen bough. No, it wasn't pistachio. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, peacock. Peacock was what I was thinking. Flamingo. You know, flamingo and a peacock. They're both in the bird family with legs, right? Flamingo and peacock. I don't think either of them can they fly? I don't know. I'm getting way I'm getting way above my pay grade here when I'm talking about birds. Okay, and then the purple. I couldn't even tell you what color purple it is because I don't ever use purples, so I'm not super familiar with my purples. Wilted violet is a pretty one. No, rusty concord. All right. Rusty concord. Oh, dusty concord, not rusty, dusty. Rusty concord. Is that like a raisin? A raisin would be rusty concord. Did you get that? Oh, Lordy. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. We got home late. late from the concert. Okay, so we had to figure all of that out because what I'd like to do is do my stamping and run all the dies through almost at the same time. And actually, I can. If I get another piece of paper, I can run all the dies through at one time, one pass. One pass. So let's go to, this can be, we'll make this about 4 and, I need more space. 4 3/4 wide. Let's go with 4 3/4 wide. All right. And let's start stamping away. I guess I really have to figure out which ones I'm using now. We know we're going to do these two over here, and then maybe we do the square here. So square for yellow. And then maybe, ooh, the sky over here for my green. And then we need, ooh, what are we gonna do for purple? You know, we could do this one. We could make it go sideways, right? Let's do that. I always think of this one working vertically, but we'll make it sideways. Okay, so let's move these over here, move this over here. Get our stamping block out. We want to right size our stamping block to our stamp. This is picked raspberry. I have not been paying attention to the chat. I know, Carrie, you know me all too well. I don't use purple often, but I think it goes well here. I think it goes well. All right. Make sure we've got that nice and inked up. Ooh, so cute. Now, one, okay. I'm going to have to clean these off every time before we move on to the next one. What I would do, if you guys weren't here, what I would be doing right now is I would be stamping this frame a whole bunch of different times, because half the battle in using your products is getting them out, right? So if I already have all this stuff out and I already have my dies out and I already have my die cutting machine out, I might as well stamp a bunch of that and then die cut a bunch of those out. So next time I need a frame, I already have it die cut and ready to go. But I won't do that now because, you know, that would just take more time, and we don't necessarily have all the time in the world today. Okay, you notice how I changed my stamping block? Because when it comes to stamping, I always tell you to right size your stamping block, but right sizing also means your stamping block cannot be smaller than its stamp. Well, it shouldn't be. If you are using a stamping block that is smaller than your stamp, good luck. You're not going to get enough support on the part of the stamp that doesn't have the stamping block there with it. Oh, they're so fun. And when you stamp those in color, it just makes them pop, right? With this stamp set, quite a few members of the design team have used this stamp set and done some really fun things with it. So, as with majority of our products, when you go and look at them on the website, there are secondary product images, and then there's quite a few. But that will give you tons of different ideas on some things that you can do with the stamps. There's also, if you are on Instagram, I still need to post this to Facebook. That one doesn't work. It's it was two, my little corners were hanging over the edge. And remember, we say don't go too small with your stamping block. But anyhow, if you're on Instagram, there is a reel from earlier this week showing you 5 or 6 different things that you can do with these stamps. Journaling inside of them, putting photos inside of them, embellishing them with die cuts, using one as a monogram. Anyhow, some really fun ideas, different ideas on what you can do with stamp set. In the box frames, we have, oh my gosh, in the box 2, in the box scallops, in the box, or in the, I don't know, 4 or 5 different stamp sets with this kind of whole frame concept. It all started from, I don't know, years ago. When we were doing our listing, I was making frames, hand drawing frames, measuring, and then they always had a double outline, and it took a while. And you guys started saying, hey, Layle, why don't you give us a stamp set that does that? And I'm like, why do you need a stamp set when? Oh, okay. And then we made them. Because, you know, if you ask, sometimes if you ask, we do. It just depends on whether we can or not. Sometimes it doesn't make sense for us to do some things, but we always listen. We always listen. We get some great ideas from you guys. And we love it when you share your ideas or your wish list. Okay. But it's so, I think it's so cool how the look of these totally changes based on, oops, I don't think I got enough ink there maybe. And you noticed I'm not testing these. The reason I'm not testing these is if one didn't turn out, I could just stamp it again. Because I'm not stamping directly on my project, right? Ooh, like that one. I feel like, remember when I said I didn't get enough ink over there? I think that was that one. Let's just do that right here. Let's just get this guy again. There we go. All right, almost done. Almost done. Purple card. What are we talking about? I don't even know. I miss. That's what happens when I don't pay attention when I try to read. My sister's favorite purple, her engagement gift, instead of a ring, was a purple Dodge Charge convertible with a white top. Oh my goodness. I bet she loved it. Purple is my favorite color, Wanda said. I don't know. You guys may have heard this story. While we're talking purple and I'm stamping, I might as well share it again in case you haven't heard it. When I was teaching way back in the day for Scenic Route, I was at some event in Michigan, I think. I can't remember what that was called. Some of you still go to that. But anyway, I was teaching at an event in Michigan, and we got into a discussion about purple and how people asked in the class, because, you know, I worked for a manufacturer then, and they said, how come nobody ever uses purple in a collection? And I said, because it doesn't sell. And they're like, no, it does sell. It does sell. And I said, no, I'm telling you, purple in a collection, if people do a purple collection, it does not sell. And you might think, well, I buy it. And I say, well, you may buy it, but the general population, it's just something that it's just not a big seller. And I said, and then the next one after that is boy. Why don't people do boy collections? And I said, same thing, doesn't sell. So a woman in class raised her hand and said, do you want to know something? And I said, sure. And she said, I only wear purple. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I look at her and she's got purple on. And she said, no, you don't understand. I do not own a piece of clothing that is not purple. She said, all the way down to my underwear and my bras. And I'm like, okay. She really loved purple. She committed. She was like committed to that love of purple. And I said, well, good for you. To each his own. Because purple is generally not my thing. Nothing wrong with purple. I'm just going to put these away real quick. Nothing wrong with purple. So if you love purple, we can still be friends. It's just not something that I have ever really gravitated towards. Orange was kind of the same way for me for a while. Until the boys, our boys, Jack and Sam, high school, their high school mascot was the Bengal tiger. They were the Brighton Bengals. And their colors were orange and like royal blue. And I ended up with more orange clothing in my wardrobe that you could ever imagine. Just because, you know, you'd go to all the games and yeah. Let's see. What is the best color sellable collection? Pink generally sells really well. And I don't know if that's, and okay, I will also tell you, I'm not the expert, you guys. I'm just someone giving you opinion. I've worked for 3 different manufacturers over the years. I feel like I've got a pretty good feel for what pink and flowers, they really do, just because, and I don't know if it's because the majority, not all, but the majority of scrapbookers or paper crafters or, you know, whatever, are women and they gravitate more towards pink. I don't know. If you guys have opinions on that, I'd love for you to share them in the chat. I would love that. Now, Becky has also worked for, that's how Becky and I know each other. Becky and I worked together at Basic Gray years ago, years and years ago. Some of you remember Basic Gray. So Becky may have a different opinion on that. Amy may have a different opinion on that. Everyone may have a different opinion on that. That's my opinion. That is my opinion. You know, I love yellow, but Okay, so now we have our dies out. Let's grab all of these. And we are going to move this away. Bring in my little die cutting machine here. This is the Anna Griffin Elite Empress Mini. So this is a newer machine. I have had the Anna Griffin Empress Mini, which is a mini machine similar to this. The difference in this machine and the original is that this is wider. This has a wider pass through here. So this is 5 inches. So it now gives you more room when you are, can I get that back on there? Maybe. That's that little lazy Susan it goes on. I don't think I quite got it on there. Let's just get rid of that for now. Yeah, it just gives you a wider pass through, and then the plates that come with it are obviously wider but longer. So if you are not familiar with a die cutting machine, basically a die cutting machine is going to take your metal dies and it is going to cut out that shape, and it will cut out the shape of my stamps. Some dies you use standalone, some dies you use in coordination with a stamp. So I could use any of these standalone, right? They would totally work standalone, but they will look much better with a stamp. So the way that the die cutting machine works, this is an electronic die cutting machine. So I plugged it in, I turn it on. That means it's gonna do all the work for me. There are also manual die cut machines where you have to hand crank the plates through. There's really no difference in what's happening on the inside of your die cutting machines. There are really heavy metal rollers that are taking your plates and rolling them through, including your die, and that really high intense pressure is going to cut out the die shape, whether it's automatic or whether it's, manual hand crank. Okay, so what we first have to do is make a sandwich. We are going back to 3rd grade in the summertime. And we've been out playing all day because our parents told us, leave and don't come back, right? Leave and go play and don't come back. But it was time for lunch. So went inside and said, I'm going to make a bologna sandwich. And this is basically what we're doing. We're making a sandwich with our dies. This is the bottom piece of bread, or our bottom plate. That's the white Wonder bread that we used when we made bologna sandwiches in 3rd grade, okay? That is our bottom plate. Then we have our bologna. Okay, that is our bologna. In this case, it is a magnetic mat. With this particular machine, it has a magnetic mat. Some mats with other machines are not magnetic, but they are really kind of cutting into that mat. So there's my bologna. And then this is my Kraft singles, my orange square pieces of cheese that we would unwrap from our plastic, right? So this is now my Kraft single. I gotta drop that off because it's not long enough. So, and then, well, I didn't put lettuce on my sandwich back then, but we're gonna say our die is kind of our lettuce as we are building our sandwich. So your metal dies are flat on one side and they have a raised edge on the other. It's that raised edge, which is through the pressure in the machine, through the rollers, is going to cut into our stamped image. So this guy is going, oh, we don't want to do that one either yet. Let's start with this guy. I am placing it face down, so the image, the raised part is face down. And I am just moving that around. Now I can tell that's backwards because it doesn't fit. So we'll just move it around until it looks like it's going to cut nicely and leave a nice little white border all the way around that stamped image. Now this is magnetic mat. So I don't have to worry about that mat moving. If I am working with a die machine that does not have a magnetic mat, then I probably want to add a little piece of washi or something like that just to hold that die in place as it goes through the machine. Now the nice thing is I will be using, we'll be using die cutting machine, I think on all 3 of our lists today. So if, well now you'll know, I don't have to explain that every time. That die cut machine I do sell on my website. They no longer make the original one, the original Empress Mini. Now it's the Empress Elite Mini. Okay, so, and we decided, well, I'll just cut this one anyway. If it's going through, we might as well do it. And then we'll do the other 2. So I stamped all of those on that same piece of paper. So that will do 4, right? It's going to cut all 4 with one pass. And then we have to put the second piece of bread or our second plate on top of our sandwich. Okay, am I still on? Yes. So I'm taking my sandwich and I'm putting it into that pass-through right there. And I'm pressing the forward button. Did you hear it kind of making those cracking sounds? Nothing was cracking. That's just as it's moving from die to die. You're hearing that. You're just hearing that. And then look at that. We have our beautifully cut frames. Now, on some of those, like this one, I could have used my scissors to cut that out. I could have used my scissors to cut that out. I mean, I really could have even used my scissors to cut those out, but much easier to have a die. So if you have a die machine, great. Dies are really fun to work with. You don't have to have one. Just sometimes make life a little bit easier. Okay, so now we have these two. I'm going to redo this one. That's why I stamped it again, because I didn't quite get part of that. I mean, it was fine, but there's that one. And this guy. Let me get this a little bit closer to myself so I can see. Is that? Remember, if it looks like it doesn't quite fit, flip it over. You might need to just rotate it a bit. That one's good, though. I think that's pretty good. Whoopsie, moved it too much. Okay, looks pretty good. And we're just going to run that through again. But if you're doing a pass, you might as well get as many things stamped as you can, and then, you know, make fewer passes. If this was not and I'm just moving it like that, you don't need to move it like that. I'm just moving it like that so you can kind of see it so it doesn't run into everything there. But if we didn't have a manual machine, we just would have hand cranked it, right? It's got a little crank, kind of like ish. Remember when back in the day, again, if you ask my kids, it's like the 1800s, when we were riding in a car and you had to roll down the window, you had to roll down the window like this. Hand crank like that. Still works. Alrighty. So let's get all of those things away. Let's put our little machine off to the side for a bit. Okay. And put our plates off to the side. And so, such a good idea to put things away right after you use them. Right? How many times, like the star, remember the star that's stuck on my stylus? And I'm like, where did that come from? Put them away after you use them. Okay. This guy just kind of fit right in there. So, this is a magnet, a magnetic sheet. And we sell those as part of kind of a little set with your stamp storage sleeves. Oh, let's see, that doesn't really matter. So that's when I take this, and I take my stamp set, and I take my, where did that go? Somewhere I had a, was it that? Sure. Okay. I'm going to put this back in. I always will put a, come on. That plastic sometimes really wants to stick and doesn't want to release. The plastic from the stamp and the plastic from the stamp storage stick. So I always have like a little piece of white cardstock or something in there to help it. And then this guy will go right there. So just makes it really easy to store my stamps and dies together. Gosh, you know, if I wasn't trying to do that on camera, it would go right in. All right, now is when I need my Vanna. Here, scalpel, please. All right. So now we have all of our pieces, and the whole reason I went through all that trouble again was because if I had stamped like this, then I would have, my piece would kind of be over it. Now, I might want my little frame to be on top of some. I might want my frame to be on below some. We can just kind of play with them, right? Depending on what we'd like that to look like. So we could do that there. Maybe this one will be a little bit more like this. This one a little bit more like that. This guy, let's see, this guy I think should be here. Maybe this one will go under, over. And this one, no, switch these a bit. Under. And then my purple ends up being sideways too. All right, there we go. So let's get these little guys down. I will not, because I'm working in a traveler's notebook, I don't use any kind of dimensional adhesive. So I am not adding, you'll notice, did that one go on top? That one goes on top. I am not adding pop dot or foam square or anything like that. Because it would be cute here, it would give it dimension here, but as soon as I went to turn the page and try to write on something, it would be all over but the crayon, right? Because I'd have dimension on part of where I was trying to write from underneath and not on part of the other, and that would be frustrating, right? Alrighty, coming right along here. You might be wondering, Layle, what is on the back of those dies? It's just scratch paper. Some things that you run through the printer and either they printed wrong or you printed too many and then still on white cardstock, so I figure I might as well use them. Those are from a little like table cards that I did for our 40th high school reunion. And so I had more than enough. All right, so when we look at this list, I really haven't used any product, right? I've used paper. That's all I've used is paper. Now I've used some stamps and dies, but I didn't have to have any embellishments. So you don't have to necessarily have all the things to do the things. You can go pretty far with a piece of paper and some, I don't like those two together. Oh, please. We're just going to rotate all of these. Did you see why I did that? I didn't like those two together down there. It makes it like super heavy when those are together side by side. So you can very carefully just pick these up and do this. Okay, this one back here. And then this guy goes on top, right? All right, so now all of that work for our list feels like a win. What feels like a win? In my book, hello, Leah's Plans. Let's see. Good morning also. I'm still trying to understand. I cut is just to cut it out, not to layer it, correct? I'm not sure I understand, Leah. Will you give us some more information? Okay, so what feels like a win? What feels like a win in my book? Things that feel like a win in my book. Coming up to a red light and it turns green before I stop. That's a win, right? They don't have to be big things, right? That's not a huge win, but it does feel like when you're driving along and all of a sudden it turns green and you're like, yes, that's a win. Next up, I wish this happened more often than it does, but getting unpacked and laundry done the day I get home from a trip. That feels like a big win. Like I always feel so accomplished when that happens. Yeah, not as much as it should, right? Not as much as it should, but it feels like a win when it does. Let's see here. Finding exactly what I need. Now that could be a lot of things. Maybe you go to the store and you need a special kind of basil. Maybe you need fresh basil. And the store that you go to a lot of times doesn't have fresh basil. But so you go to the store and they have you find the last fresh basil they have and you're like, fantastic. That feels like a win, right? Or like, here's a thing. I was teaching at the event last weekend, and I think Julie, it was either Tammy, it was one of your friends. She had on the coolest shirt, and it was just beautiful. It had stripes, and it had flowers on the sleeves. And Vicky and I were both like, "Oh my gosh, that shirt is amazing!" And she wrote a note for Vicky with the name of the brand and then something. And we tried to find it online, couldn't find it online. So last night, my friend Sherry and I, and her husband and Nick, we went to dinner before the concert. So the person that had the shirt on, doesn't matter where she lived, but it's not in Utah. So we go to this restaurant, and there was going to be a little bit of a wait. So my friend Sherry and I walk into this store, and it's an outlet store for something. We walk in, there's a rack, 40% off, and there is the shirt on that rack, 40% off. And it's a really different brand. So it's not something that you'd like see all of the time. And it was a small, and I'm like, oh Lord, the small's never going to fit. And I tried it on and it fit. That is a win, right? Finding exactly what I need. And the chances of me finding that in some, I don't know, it was just a cool thing. So that's what I mean by finding exactly what I need. It could be a big thing or a small thing or whatever. Checking out at the grocery store and realizing the items are on sale. Absolutely, right? You're like, oh, I think you rang that up incorrectly. They're like, oh, no, that's 40% off. And you're like, oh. Finding money I hid in my purse for a rainy day, that always feels like a win, right? Finding money, or like finding money in the dryer. Or you stashed money somewhere and don't even remember that it was there. And then you're like, oh, feels like the best win, right? Getting a front row parking spot. What does Nick say? You can't get a front row unless you try or something. Getting a front row parking spot. I love it when that happens, right? Even though we know it's probably better to park far away and walk to get a little exercise, but getting a front row parking spot, that always feels like a win. No line at the post office, bank, Costco, etc., right? Having no line, especially if you go to a place where a lot of times there's a big line, just no one's in line. You're like, this is fantastic, no line. Again, the concert last night, there, you can get beer or whatever. We got White Claws or something, but the line was, oh my gosh, in between the opening act and then the concert, the line was so long. That really would have felt like a win last night if I didn't have to stand in line. It was also really hot in the kind of part of the stadium that was not really outside, but yeah, so that would have felt like a great win. All right, so my list is done. The only thing I need to do now is I need to date it. I am going to pull out a small roller date stamp, and today is August the 8th, 08, 2026, and I think I'll just do it in black. We'll just do it right there. There's a great spot for it right there. Oh, black. Oh, I just had a brain cramp for a minute there. I wasn't even looking in the right drawer. Okay, test that puppy. Oh my gosh, I just remembered something I was going to do. I might have to come in and do it. I'm going to do it. If I had paid attention to my sketch, I would have done this. So I have to backtrack for a minute, friends. When you only have one item to buy and the person who has a full cart in front of you lets you go ahead of them. You know what? I am that person. I let people do that all the time. I'm like, oh my gosh, you just have 5 items. I have a cart and a half full. Please go ahead of me. And then you gave someone else a glimmer too, right? Because it certainly feels nice when someone does that for us. When you look in front of them and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be here forever. All right, so what I wanted to do that I had totally forgotten, let me see, where's that stamp? I have things always sketched out, and if I had been paying attention to that, I would have, well, what I was going to do here's my sketch. Here's my little flowers. There are my frames. And then I was going to put a little grid. I'm just going to do one. All right. I will do one. And then we will, then I'll do the rest later. All right. Because that'll take some time and I'm going to have to pull these things back up. But it just feels like it's a little, there's kind of like a lot of white. And that was my plan. I just forgot. So this is the Textures Grid stamp set. We have two so far Textures stamp sets. One is Textures Grid. The other one is Textures Ink Splatter. That was picked raspberry. Now what I gotta do here is, where is my, I don't know where my lifting tool is. It would make life really easy if I had my lifting tool here, because these would all come up and not get bent. Be very careful. All right, let's get this guy inked up. So that little texture is just going to add a little bit of, just a little bit more visual interest behind this area. Now, how did we have this? We had this like this, right? Okay, so later I will come back and add just a little bit of that, add a little bit more color and fill up a little bit of the white space. But we will do that, I'll do that later because we have more to do. We have two more lists to get at. And it is already 11:41. Well, that's my time, 11:41. The round frames behind the colors. Yeah, just, that's a really good example of why you might want to have a die. As opposed to stamping directly, because if you're stamping directly, it makes it really hard to work with another element. Same thing there. You'd have to do a little bit of masking, and it could be done. It just get a little bit more complicated. Okay, so now let's bring back in our insert. And get this guy first. This guy over here on the right page. And then when it comes to over here, I am not going to use my regular, this is now, oh, hang on. It felt like it needed to be over a little bit more. There we go. This is, I need different adhesive for this side. Once you get to a certain point in the Traveler's Notebook, when you have more volume over here than you do over here, it can be a little bit difficult for that inside edge to stay adhered because gravity wants it to pull up. So that's when I am switching my tape runner for a really strong double-sided tape. And usually I don't know, it depends. Sometimes I just put it along that one edge and then use my tape runner for the rest, but other times it's just easier to do this. So double-sided tape. This is Su Quang red line tape, double-sided tape. Lots of different brands, but all basically works the same. It is much stronger than your tape runner. And in a case like this, where I don't want that page to lift, it comes in very handy. Now, the nice thing about double-sided tape is that it's super sticky. And one of the disadvantages of double-sided tape is that it's super sticky. What I mean by that is it's so sticky, you basically have one shot to get it straight. And if you get it down crooked, don't even try to lift it back up again because it's going to make a mess and it'll rip your paper. So what I've just done with this release paper, right, the release paper is exposing the sticky, but you'll notice I only exposed a little bit. And in the part that I exposed, that release paper is sticking out the edge. Because what that lets me do is now I have wiggle room, right? That's not sticking at all. And I am literally rubbing that paper along there. And it lets me do that because the release paper is still down on most of it. That gives me a little bit of wiggle room that I can really kind of lay that down, make sure that it's even with the opposite page, make sure it's on straight. Once it's straight, then I push down on the part that has the release paper away, and that will stick it. And then I gently pull out the rest of that. That is a game changer when it comes to working with double-sided tape, in my opinion. Because then, I mean, that would have been really difficult for me to try to get those stripes to line up if I was just trying to stick that down in once. But that gave me a little bit of wiggle room. Okay, there's our first list. And like I said, I'll come back and add a little bit more color with the Textures Grid stamp set. Hello, Mary Pat. Nice to see you. I'm happy for you that you slept in. Good for you. That's good. We need that sometimes, right? We really need that. All right, so our next list. Now we can come to our About Last Month list. So, About Last Month. About Last Month is a list that we have been doing now. This month, we've been doing it for 6 years. I have done this list every month, have not missed a month for the last 6 years. And if you can use multiplication, 12 times 6 is 72, which means I have 72 of these About Last Month lists. I can go back to August of 2020 and look at this list, and it will tell you what I did in August of 2020. That very first list that we did, it didn't have photos because it was funny. I came up with this idea and I thought, hey, it might be kind of fun to do a list about just whatever happened during the month. Now, keep in mind, this was August of 2020. This was the pandemic. And actually, I don't even think we put that one in here. We didn't. Because it's just a single page list. I had in my traveler's notebook, as we were working on it, I'm like, hey, you know what would have been really fun? I should have done photos with this. And so I had my list over here. And I won't pull it out. It'll take me a while to pull it out. But I have my list over here, and then I left this side blank. And I wrote in pencil, add photos. And guess what happened the next week when we were listing? Blank page here, put a list on top of it, and went, oh darn. So we've been doing this since August of 2020. And if you go back in and look at the idea books, this is the very first idea book that we did. Volume 1, and this was our list from August 2020, or excuse me, our list from 2020, 2021, and 22. But you go back and look. About last month, September 2020, December 2020, about this year, because we even do it for the year. But what's interesting about this list, for me, the format has never really changed, and the concept has never really changed. A run-on list of what I did during the month, some photos, and I call it good. And that way I can say I am caught up with my memory keeping. I'm caught up because I've been doing this list. If nothing else, I have been doing this list for 6 years. So if you see, list, title, list, photos, title, list, photos. Even going into 2021, title, list, photos. 2022, I got smart and said, hey, maybe we should have a stamp set for this. So in 2022, we started doing a stamp set every year for About Last Month. And again, but same format, right? The only thing that really changed was the title. Title, run-on list, photos. Because I approach it the same way every month, it makes it totally doable. Makes it totally doable, right? Because I don't have to really think a lot. Now, I did think a little bit more this time because sometimes I get bored and I want to change it up a little bit. I'm going to change it up a little bit today, but question, Virginia said, how did you come up with the idea to list instead of the regular paragraph form of journaling? Back in 2017, I think it was. I'd have to go and look. I started doing something with the Reset Girl called Lister's Got a List. You know what? I'm going to run upstairs really quick. Let me run upstairs. I will be right back. Be right back. I'm just going to go grab something to show you. All right. So, way back then, I was using a traveler's notebook. I bought this about a year later, the cover. But I was using a traveler's notebook, and I didn't even know what I was using when I opened this. This is my traveler's notebook that has a bunch of the lists that I was doing when Corey, the Reset Girl, started that. So this, I was wrong, 2015. So 11 years ago. She started something called Lister's Got a List, and she would every month put out prompts. And you would take those prompts and then you would make a list. So this one, Reasons Why I Love Being a Planner Girl. And I wrote my list. And I did this. She did one every day. So I did this every day for 2 months. And I just did one single page list. And this, as I started doing this, I found it was a great way for me to get a little bit of creativity in every day. And I did it every day. I wasn't paying attention so much to what kind of products I was using. I wasn't a stamper back then, so I didn't use any stamping. I was doing rub-ons and all different kinds of things. But this is what kind of started that for me. And then during the pandemic, during 2020, or started in March of 2020, I did a free traveler's notebook class on my here on YouTube. And I did all kinds of things about traveler's notebooks, how to set them up, what they were, how to make dividers and clips and all different kinds of things. And then I'm like, I want to keep doing this. And so I started thinking, well, what could I do? What could we do every week that would keep me engaged and give me a reason to want to live, right? It was early in the pandemic and it felt like things were so awful. And so it gave me something to look forward to every week. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to do lists. I'm going to do lists for people. And that's what we started doing in probably maybe July of 2020 when we started doing our creative listing. And we've just carried it through ever since. So that's what this is. And that's kind of how I started doing creative listing. Now, what's happened here is I used a Moleskine Cahier insert. And the Moleskine Cahier inserts are super thin paper, and they also are perforated. So that's what happened. A bunch of my pages fell out because super thin, but also perforated. But that's how I started. And you can see flip throughs of these here on my YouTube channel. They're old, right? So going back to 2015. But that's part of my history, right? Part of my history. And it's part of me because it tells so many things about me that people probably don't know because I've never really written any of those things down. I've been a scrapbooker, memory keeper, journaler, documenter, storyteller, whatever you want to call it, since I was pregnant with our older son, who's now 29. So about 30 years I've been doing it. And I've been doing it all sorts of different ways. But I've always pretty much been a journaler. That was always a really important part of that process to me, was to write about, what was happening or what was going on in the photos or whatever. But listing is much easier because sometimes we don't want to have to write. We don't want to have to write like a whole soliloquy on, what was happening. And then we worry about if we spelled it incorrectly, or we worried that it wasn't going to sound very good or professional when somebody read it down the line. Listing for me is totally different. I just write, right? It's a list. It's a list. It's easy. Carrie said, I love the idea books. I got one for my sister and had Layle sign it when we saw her. Yes, that was so fun. Yeah, and the idea books, we do one every year now. In 2023, we did our first one, and it was our list from 2020, 2021, and 22. And then each year since, we've done one. So there are 4 idea books now. Okay, so that list that we're starting with is about last month. And this is what my about last month looked like for the month of June. Sometimes fewer photos, sometimes larger photos, but there are always photos. Other than that very first list, there's always photos. So with this one, July was a pretty big month. We had a lot going on in July. So I have way more photos than I really have room for. So every so often, when that happens, when I have more photos than I have room for, I will create a pocket. So I'm actually going to create 2 pockets here that I can tuck photos into. And these, oh wait, not this one. This is for my next list. These are all photos that I printed this morning using my Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. So 2 of those are 5x7 photos, but really on my 5x7s, I have 9 photos on this one and I have 8 photos on this one. With that printer, I use an app called the Epson Creative Print app. And the Epson Creative Print app has a whole bunch of pre-configured templates like this. So you pick a template and you just move your photos into the template. Different template, move your photos into the template. These are 4x6 photos. Again, different templates. This one, I can get 12 little photos on this one 4x6 photo. Sometimes I will leave them whole like this. Sometimes I will cut them into film strips like this. So if I cut this in half, now that looks like a photo booth strip. Sometimes if I need really small photos, I would then just come in and cut out all of those little photos, which is what you'll see me do on the next list, different list. But lots of photos, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 2 pockets, but I need to have water really quick. If you've not been hydrating, now is a good time to hydrate, okay? Now is a good time to hydrate. Okay. This list, typically, I am doing directly on the page. So I'll do my stamping over here, and I will make my list directly on the page, but we're going to do 2 pockets over here. So what I pulled out some paper from the Simple Stories Sweet Summertime, the Sweet Summertime 6x8 paper pad. All right, and these papers I thought were pretty neutral other than this guy. This guy is probably not going to work because I want to add a couple of icons, die cuts on here. So as much as I love this stripe, I don't think I'm going to use it here. If I wanted to, and I don't ever do this, I always just do my About Last Month directly on the page. If I felt like I wanted a little bit more color, I could put this as a background and then do my list on light cardstock, kind of like we did there. But so I think this one is not going to go. These are what I'm going to use for the 2 pockets because they're neutral, right? They're neutral. These colors will kind of work in with any of the colors in my photo, even Posty, Post Malone. All right, so we have a couple of different pocket dies. We have we have library pocket, which I'm actually going to use on my next list. We have in the envelope, which makes an envelope pocket. We have 2 different diagonal pockets. There is a scallop pocket, and there is just a plain diagonal pocket. So that is what I'm going to use here. I'm going to use a plain diagonal pocket for both of these. Let me get these guys out of the way for a second here. And bring my die cut machine back in. Drag that back into view. And of the 2, I would like to have my yellow be the bottom pocket. So as I'm thinking about how this is going to work, that is the raised part of my die. So when I set like this, my pocket will naturally go this way, right? All of our pocket dies have little wings, so that when I cut this out, those wings can just fold in and they're helping us create the pocket. Now with this, it is too wide for my little space here. So I need to put this guy through like this, and I need to trim my paper. All right, so let's do that first. Make sure I've got enough room there. This is, this opening is 5 inches wide, right? The opening on this Empress Mini Elite is 5 inches wide. So this little guy will fit really well here. Now, if I do it this way, yeah, we're good. I had to just think about that for a minute. I had to think backwards for a minute because I need to change the way I do the other pocket. But we'll talk about that when we get there. All right, making my sandwich again. Here we go. Put this down. Put this guy like that on top. Turn it back on. No time limit. Well, really, kind of. I mean, I need to be done right about 2:30 my time, but we should be okay, I think. Whoops. Don't turn the power off, Layle. Okay. Here is my first pocket. And you'll notice where the wings are, it is scored for you. So then it's really easy to know exactly where to fold that. Okay, but I said I wanted 2 pockets, right? So this little guy can come right over here. It'll be my nice pocket, and my photos can go in that pocket. But I want to have another pocket. And I have really 2 ways I can do that. I could do another pocket and really kind of start it right here. And then it would be facing the same direction. So it'd be a pocket here and a pocket here. But instead of doing that, I would like to have this pocket here and this pocket facing the other direction. So I have to be thinking a little bit as I am laying my die down and how I'm laying my paper down. Because that die only cuts one way, right? It only cuts one way. I can't reverse it because it does not have the raised edges on both sides. So if I want this to cut reverse, what I need to do is turn it over. If I turn it over and cut it this way, then when it cuts out, my die will now be this way to go opposite for me. Does that make sense? Sometimes it's hard to explain. So all I did was basically, I'm cutting it out of, I just flipped the paper. I'm cutting it out of the back side. And that's how I can get my pocket going the opposite direction. Because then I just turn it over. Oh. Oh yes, Amy is a good happy mail mailer, always. All right, so if I had been using it this way, I have the same, my pocket going the same direction. In this case, it's kind of weird because my butterflies are all going sideways. But remember, I didn't want it in the same direction. I wanted it in the opposite direction. So now I have my pocket going in the opposite direction. And I'm just going to fold my little wings over the opposite way. So that works the same way with the scallop die. If you want it going the opposite direction, just do your die cutting from the other side. Okay. So that is all that we need to die cut, our die cut machine from this list. So it's funny, I have not always been a user of the die cutting machines. Amy and I, let's see, Amy's been working for me for the last, I think 4 years, maybe 4 years now, Amy? Does that sound about right? And after, I don't know, maybe about the first 6 months, she said, hey, I think we should be doing metal dies. And I'm like, oh, no, that's not me. I don't, I'm not going to cut out a die of a teddy bear and it's got 86 pieces where I have to piece them all together. That's just not my style. And she said, oh, no, it doesn't have to be that. She said, I think there's some dies that we can do that are your style that would really work. And that's what we do. The dies that we manufacture kind of work for listing, they work for scrapbooking, they work for card making, they can work for a lot of different things, but they're not like a lot of the dies that you see out there where you're having to piece a whole bunch of pieces together. And nothing wrong with those dies, that's just not me. So once Amy convinced me of that, it was all over. Well, it wasn't all over, that's when it all started, right? That's kind of, it all started from there. Okay, so here we've got this guy. And I just need to turn that over, and I'm going to use my double-sided Suquang tape again, because anytime I'm doing something interactive, and this is interactive, it's interactive because we're going to be pulling things in and out of it, so there'll be a lot of stress or strain on those little edges, so I want to use something that is nice and secure. So we'll use that tape again, and I'll do the same thing where I just reveal a little bit, peel off some of the release paper, but not too much. That will give me a little bit of wiggle room so I can get that on straight. I always forget. Sometimes I get lazy and I don't want to get out my dies. But anytime I do, I'm like, that was so much fun. I'm so glad I got those out. All right, so here we go. Let's get this. About right there looks good. When you're working in a traveler's notebook, and I know some of you work in a happy planner, some of you might work in an Archer and Olive, some of you might work in some kind of a bigger format. But when you're working in a traveler's notebook, we don't have a lot of room, right? We don't have a ton of room for photos. So anytime I can do something like this and add a lot of extra real estate, then I can get more photos in. So what I've just done, and actually I didn't want to quite do that yet because I would like this needs to be able to tuck in here. So don't mind me. I would like this to go right about there. So it just tucks in to this little bottom. I should have put those on first. I should have put the first one on first and then the second one on next. Well, that made no sense. Put the first one on first and the second one on second. I should have put the blue one on first. Initially. How about that? All right. So now I need to come in and... Hang on. I want to fold that a little bit more so it tucks in there. It's not necessarily meant to tuck in there. Just so I don't have any of that hanging over the edge. Okay. So now I for sure need to do the sides, and then I have a decision to make. Do I want to also secure the bottom? If I secure the bottom, then that means anything that goes right here stops right here, right? Anything stops right there. Do I want it to be able to go all the way in, or do I want it to stop there? I think I want it to go all the way in. So I'm only going to put my adhesive on the sides and not that bottom part. I don't really need that bottom wing. Get this in here. Pull that out. Pull this guy out. Now, I do need to come back in here because I remember how I pulled that up. I need to put that back down. Give it a little bit more adhesive there. Whoopsie. So if you think about what you're doing before you do it, it might make life easier, right? Like there, I wasn't really paying too much attention to what I was doing, but it still worked out. All right, so there are two pockets. I have loads of room for photos, but I feel like I need to do my outlining because that's what I do. Help these guys stand out a little bit. Curious, do you use a die cut machine like that? Or any kind of die cut machine? Whether it's electronic, whether it's manual. This is a smaller size. There are larger size machines for larger size dies. Lots of different things out there. I'm curious. It's a slippery slope when you start doing that. Let's see, hold on. All right, we'll do this over here. And then we'll decorate some pockets, add some photos, do some stamping, write our list, and we'll be done with this one. If you have scrap paper, I know none of you guys have scraps. None of you save your scraps at all. But if you did, pockets are great to use your scrap paper for. Uh-oh. Guess what I think I did? Did I? You guys. Oh, guess what? Guess what Layle did? What did Layle do? What do we think we did? And why didn't anybody tell me? You guys aren't paying attention. Look what I did. Upside down. Upside down. So, no, you did not. Oh, yes, I did. Hi, Jessie. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're not going to cry. We are, yep, upside down. And I did it on purpose to show you, no, not really. But when that happens, guess what? We don't cry. And all is not lost. All we're going to do is peel this up. We're not folding in the towel. We are peeling that up. Now, in this case, I can't, I can't just put this here because I make my list over here. But you know what I can do? Get out my tape runner and adhere both these pages together. Now, if I didn't want to do that, I could have put a piece of paper over here. I could have, you know, done something else over there. But when all else fails, no one's ever going to know, right? No one is ever going to know. Boy, this one has been the lesson in what not to do, huh? Happens, right? Happens to the best of us. Even when it's your profession, even when it's your business, it still happens. Usually someone's like, stop. Yeah, no, I could have. And normally, I probably would have done something over there and just put a piece of pattern paper down and then white cardstock and done my list on that. I just don't ever do that on my About Last Month. So, but I could have. Now we get a nice look at the back side. Really, this is probably how we should have started. We should have started this way and adhered both of our pockets together before we put them down. Okay, now we're right side up. This is what happens. So I think I turned it upside down, but it was probably already upside down, and often I'll turn things upside down like that because I'm right-handed. It's easier for me to sometimes adhere and do things, so that's why I did that. But okay, there we go. No one's ever gonna know, are they? Nope, no one's gonna know. Just pretend. We'll just pretend like that never happened. But we also learned how easily we can fix it when it does. And throwing in the towel is not a fix for me. It can't be, right? Could you guys imagine? I'm like, oh, and I'm done. And I'm out. Sorry, that didn't work out. Come back next time. Okay. That wasn't bad. That only took us, I mean, that didn't take long at all to fix, did it? No use crying. All right, so now I have all of these photos. Something like this, there is no way that it can go in there, right? And I know that. This is a 5x7. This is only a 5, and when we put our pockets down, it's not even 5 anymore. But what's fun about doing a photo like that is if I cut it in half, I now look like I have photo booth strips, right? Whoopsie. Photo booth strips. Those can certainly go in the pockets. And I don't see everything in the pot. I can't see the photos until I pull them out, right? But if I pull them out, then I can see them. I should have cut off the bottom of that guy. Okay, there we go. And then, how can I use, he's going to be, no, he might be okay. Posty might be okay in there. He go in here? He can. You're like, oh my gosh, what is that crazy looking man with tattoos all over his face? Well, that's Post Malone. I like Post Malone. And then I think this one, maybe we'll do this. We'll make a double here, like this. And then maybe we'll make a single that'll go here, like this. So all we're doing is stuffing things in our pocket. Whoopsie. So when all is said and done, how many photos do we think we can get on this one page by using a pocket or 2 pockets? Like Tupac Shakur. I don't know, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I should have counted first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 so far. That's kind of crazy, right? You think you can fit 27 photos in a little 5x8 space? We are, aren't we? 27 photos. We're fitting. This one, bear activity on 7/3. We pulled into our campground in Lassen Volcanic National Park, and that was what we saw. Bear activity. We can maybe do that. Then there's Nick's little face, so we don't see all of Post Malone, but he's there. Posty's still there. Okay. We fit, I don't know, 27 photos that way. Okay. Now, we really can't see much of, because I shoved it so full, we really can't see much of the blue, but it's still there. We know it's there. All right, so I was going to add a little bit of, I don't know, I pulled some die cuts out. I pulled just a few die cuts. This was kind of fun. We were on a 2-week trip in Harvey, our RV. We never once were in a tent, but I thought that might be kind of fun, right? That could be fun. And then we could put, no, we don't want that little tree. This little tree could work. No, too much. You know what? I think maybe we just do that. Maybe we just put that little guy there. We don't have to put a lot of things on there. Actually, we probably now want a glue pen just to get into some of those spots so it, where we can't necessarily get our tape runner. Which way does it go? I guess it goes that way. All right, we may add something else there in a bit. We'll see. What if we did this? What if we fussy cut? We're just going to cut away whatever this says, a moment to remember. We're going to cut that away, and we are going to take that fun little Polaroid camera, and I think we will put it right here. So it kind of is going to make a little tab for us to put this on there. Pull one of the photos out with, and we'll end up doing something similar on our next list, but different. We'll create some different kind of tabs. Okay, there we go. All right. So now we need to figure out our stamping. We have the 2026 About Last Month list, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. This is the 5th year. So there are 5 different stamps, About Last Month stamps that we've done. We do a new one every year. And I do a new one every year because remember we talked about when we looked at that idea book, the format always looks the same, except every so often I'll do something like this and change it up a little bit. But the format pretty much always looks the same. And if I want to change it up from year to year, kind of the only way I can change it up is buy a new stamp set. But we still sell the one from 2022 because every time I try to retire it, people come back and say, wait, I want that because you guys are always finding me. New people always find me and they're like, wait, what is that stamp set? I'm like, well, that was from 2022. Well, I don't care. I like it. Can I have it? And I say, well, okay, I guess we'll make some more. All right, so with this, you are creating a grid. We've got a little grid. And I pulled out the JUL for July 2026 and this guy, About Last Month. So then I will also do the 07. 07 is for the month, 7th month, and that will go in that little grid spot. Color-wise, I've got a lot of yellow here. Lots of yellow. Yellow, yellow. What is that? Went upstairs to kiss a fella. Something, something dressed in yellow went upstairs to kiss a fella. Does that sound familiar? I don't know. But I can't remember her name because she was dressed in yellow and went upstairs to kiss a fella. Somebody help me. Somebody help me remember. What is that from when we were kids? Yes, Amy, we are also listing on the 15th. Yeah. 2 weeks in a row. Cinderella. Oh my gosh, Paula. Yes, duh. Cinderella. Because Ella rhymes. Duh, Layle. Isn't that weird? And do you ever wonder why you can't remember why you walk downstairs? You walk downstairs to do something and you can't remember why when you get to the bottom of the stairs, why you went down. That's because things like Cinderella dressed in yellow are stuck in the back of your head. And the lyrics from Rapper's Delight. That's why I can never remember anything. Okay, so our grid. our grid, we need works on this little guy, this little man, my circle. So that will go, I might change this one up a bit. Let me, hang on, let me see. Let me look at something. Is it down here? Well, maybe we'll look at, let's see if we have oh, okay. So sometimes I flip the grid. So I'm going to flip the grid like this, and then I can stamp above it too. So let's grab this other thing that says loved this, and loved this will go above. Now I have to pick colors, right? And look what I've done to myself. Yellow. Yellow. Yellow is hard. Well, I like yellow. Amy does not like yellow because Amy photographs all of the lists for the idea book. And so yellow can be very difficult to photograph. But let's just see. I keep doing this to Amy. Let's see. Let's see if we would like mustard seed. I don't know. We might have to just totally change it up and do some totally different colors and not even worry about what we've got there. Every time I say, sorry, Amy, and then I do it anyway. Blue. Yeah, so, but here's the other thing then. Here's the problem with the blue. That's like, oh my gosh, I'm just totally escaped me. The name of that blue, but it's too light. It again causes problems because it's light. It is, and I need a couple of different colors. Speckled egg. Speckled egg actually might work in some of our darker pieces. So let's go with speckled egg. We'll use speckled egg. And then I'd like to kind of get a little bit of a green in there too. We just have to find the right green. So speckled egg. Here we go. And then, let's see, green. Brighter blue to match the sky photos. Oh, Becky, I think that would be a great idea. Let's look for a brighter blue. What about broken china, maybe? Broken china. That's a good one. We're going to use broken china. I like the broken china. All right, then we don't have to worry about our speckled egg. Speckled egg. Sorry, you're out, speckled egg. You've been replaced. All right, so now let's figure out a green. Let's figure out a green. I mean, we could go with mowed lawn. Mowed lawn would be fine. There's lots of green in here. Let's go with mowed lawn. Mowed lawn, I've been really into mowed lawn recently. I've used that quite a bit recently. So there we go. There are 3 colors. Mowed lawn, mustard seed, broken china. Now, what we need to figure out is for our grid. For our grid, do we want to do our grid in black? There it is in red. I was looking for a whole... Let's see. There it is in, look at, I used purple. There it is in purple. When I go with black, it just seems to be really heavy. So I'd kind of not like to not, there's purple again. Look at me go. So there we have it with broken china and mowed lawn and then pink. So what if we did, I kind of like the broken china. I think broken china, maybe broken china for the grid. Let's try that. Let's try that. Here's a nice thing too, when you are testing and you have multiple steps in your stamp, you can kind of test the different layers and see what you like better. I love that suggestion of the brighter blue. Broken china. Okay. And then kind of by default, if I'm going to use yellow, I kind of have to use the most prominent stamp that has the most surface area. Kind of needs to be in the yellow because you'll see that most. Oh, that'll be cute. I think that'll work. That'll be okay for Amy to photograph. We'll be okay there. And then if I put my 2026 there, maybe, no, I think we might go green 2026. Let's see. But we might have too much green on there. So this is where we're testing anyway, right? Make sure everything's clean and looks good. Then if we did, I'm going to be going through all of my stamping blocks here, aren't I? Love this. I think love this could also maybe go in yellow. Oh yes, and then we could do 07. All right, let's just clean this off really quick. Thank you, Ms. L, for putting the dates out there. I never know when they are. But you can always find our listing dates. I believe, well, I know they are always on every, there's a link on the blog post. For any time we're listing, there is a link to the listing schedule. So that's usually the easiest way to find it. And the blog post is always linked in the description box of the video. Is that long enough? Not really. All right, I'm going to do something I tell you not to do. Oh, wait, actually, I won't do that. I just happen to have another one of these here. Oh, guess what I just realized? You guys, how can you expect me to give any prizes if you don't remind me to give prizes? I can't believe I haven't given any prizes yet. That's crazy. You forgot to remind me. All right, so we're going to do this. Let's give away our first prize. And we're going to actually do, we are going to do, oh no, that's not what I want. I wanted green. We're going to do some after party prizes too. So live prizes take place in the chat. You have to be watching live in order to participate, and they take place in the chat. So basically you start chatting away. And as soon as I get the rest of this stamping done here on my thing, I will do our first giveaway. Guess what it's going to be? It is going to be nothing that we've used, and we won't use it at least for another month. But it is going to be the 6x8 paper pad for Moonlit Manor. So we'll do two, one after party giveaway and one live giveaway for Moonlit Manor. That'll be our first giveaway. I think that looks good. I think I like that combination. So we've tested that out. We need to bring this, kind of have that over to the side so I still have a reference point for it. Now, I need to bring in something that we haven't used today yet, and it's a pencil board. A pencil board is a fancy name for something flat that you put underneath something in order to give yourself a flat surface to stamp on. Now, this is probably going to cause me a problem because there's nothing I can do about that already being there, right? So I've got a layer and then a layer and a layer. So this part is probably going to cause me a problem. So I am just going to lift that off and we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But it will prevent me from anything that's over on that other side, that getting in the way of my stamped impression. We want to stamp a flat surface when we're stamping. So this guy is going up here, and we'll put this guy about right here, because I need to stamp above it. That looks pretty good. Okay, nice even pressure. Don't want to rock our stamp. Ooh, that looks good. Looking good. Okay, let's get that one cleaned off. Oh, and now people come out of the woodwork. I love it. Somebody just picked up, picked up the paper and the stickers and the die cuts from Moonlit Manor, but not the paper. So that would be fun. Moonlit Manor, we just released it a week ago yesterday, and it is shipping. It is shipping now. So we have also released the Hello Halloween mini book project kit. And I should have the flip through video for that up tomorrow. All right. About last month goes right here. But it's a super fun Halloween collection. And if you're like, well, you know, I don't really dress up anymore. I don't have kids that are dress up age anymore, grandkids that are dress up age. So I don't really have anything to, you know, no photos to use. And I say, well, do you have Halloween photos from the past? And you say, well, yes, I do. And I say, well, guess what? That could be used for your favorite Halloween photos, your favorite costumes, your favorite Halloween memories over the years. So you don't have to have current, we don't have to have current Halloween going on in order to document it. We also will be using it a couple of times, 2 or 3, a couple of times in our listing as Halloween gets a little bit closer. So we'll probably do it once or twice in September, just because I have a really heavy travel schedule in October for teaching. So, but we'll be using it in our listing too. Someone just said they're using it in their Disney Halloween photos. That's fun. No, not scary. It's not scary at all. It is not a scary Halloween collection. That's not me. Although we have done a number of different Halloween lists over the years. And so that's when I just pull out the idea book and go, oh, go to the holiday section and look for Halloween, and we'd see all the Halloween lists we did. One of my favorites that we did years ago was probably in 2021, favorite Halloween candy. So I'm going to do this. I am going to do my other, now I need to stamp in yellow, and then we'll do our giveaway, and then I'm going to pull out that list because I want you to see it. It was such a fun list. Well, I'll pull it out in the idea book. But when you're like Layle, again, I don't have kids or grandkids. I'm not dressing up, so I wouldn't use Halloween. I'll say, oh, here's a fun idea. Anytime I use yellow, I end up with it all over my hands, and I feel like I look like I have jaundice. Like I just have this yellow everywhere. Okay, one more. We have our JUL. Oh, Virginia said, I just bought a giant ton of autumn candy corn pumpkins. Oh, yeah. So guess what? We also had that discussion. We had that discussion earlier this week on Wednesday when I did a live unboxing of the collection and we looked at the collection. We had a very controversial, you know, we don't do controversy here. I do controversy once a year. And it gets pretty brutal. This controversy gets pretty brutal. And some people cry because it's like that controversial. It's that polarizing. And it is the candy corn debate. You are either team candy corn or you're not my friend. If you are not team candy corn, we can no longer be friends. So, sorry, I like candy corn and you have to like candy corn to be my friend. Yes, it's always fun. People either, it's one of those, you either love it or you hate it. And I like it. And you can't say I hate candy corn, but I like the candy pumpkins because it's the exact same thing. It's just a different shape. Different shape, different color, same sugar. All right. Guess we aren't friends. We'll have to find something else in common. Okay. So it's pretty sugary, right? Now, I didn't say I sit down and eat like 1,000. Oh, but guess what? If you are a savory sweet person, yes, Kate, candy corn and peanut mix. Take a piece of candy corn, put it in your mouth, and take a peanut and put it in your mouth and chew them at the same time. It is amazing. And you know what it tastes like? It tastes like a payday. Michelle said, my cousin bit all the white ends off the candy corn and put back in the bowl when we were young. That's hilarious. Did she not realize they all taste the same? But if I'm not tossing a peanut and a candy corn in my mouth at the same time, I like to eat them that way. I bite off the little white part, and then I bite off the little yellow part, and then bite off the orange part, or vice versa. All right, so let's do our first giveaway. This one is going to Virginia Bush. Virginia, you are the winner of 6x8 paper pad of Moonlit Manor. So Virginia, please send an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, Moonlit Manor pad. And in the body of the email, please put your mailing address, and the team will get that shipped off to you. Probably tail end of this coming week. It might be the week after that. They're crazy with orders. Virginia, 6x8 Moonlit Manor. Now, if you're not Virginia, don't be sad. Remember, there's an after party giveaway. After party giveaway happens after video's over. And you leave a comment on the video. Not in the chat. You leave a comment on the video. And before we are together again, so before next Saturday, I will draw a random lucky winner, and that random lucky winner after party will win 6x8 paper pad also. All right. I'm going to show you the list that we did, and this makes it so easy for me to do because all I have to do is pull out the idea book again because I know it was in the first one, and I go to oh, this one has a chapter for Halloween, but this because it had 3 years worth of lists. So going the rest of the idea books, you would just look for holidays and you'd see all the holidays together. So page 36, this one. We did a list October of 2020 about our favorite Halloween candy, right? Our favorite Halloween candy. So guess what's the top of my list? Candy corn, Reese's peanut butter cups. Next to candy corn, I did write, why always so controversial? Laffy Taffy, bananas the best. Jolly Ranchers, toss up between cherry and watermelon. Nerds, Pop Rocks, Almond Joy, yes to the nuts. Fun Dip. You guys remember Fun Dip when you were a little kid? It was basically like a bag of sugar with a sugar stick, and you'd lick the stick and put the stick in the sugar and then lick it. Anyhow, what was fun about this list, though, we made a pocket. And we made a pocket that was tipped into the center. And then I photocopied. Actually, I didn't photocopy. I went to the internet and I found the candy. And I saved the candy photos to my computer. And then I printed the candy out and cut it out. And then put the candy in the pocket. So it looked like real candy wrappers, but they weren't real candy wrappers. So that's a fun idea for a Halloween list, favorite candy. Halloween, my favorite Halloween memories, what I love about Halloween. Even did one about some of our favorite Halloween costumes over the years. One of them, we were the Black Eyed Peas. Remember the band, the Black Eyed Peas? You see that? We have black eyes and we're wearing white t-shirts that have a P on them with duct tape. We were the Black Eyed Peas. Anyhow, so just some fun Halloween themes lists that we had done in the past. And we don't have to be celebrating Halloween this year in order to use Halloween product. Okay. All right, now we're ready for our list. And for my list, I am basically just doing a run-on. It's one giant run-on. Run-on meaning it's not a 1 and then something and then a 2 and something. I just write. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of plainness here. So I think we need to add something down here. So what if I take a... where would that be? I would like to find a stamp that has stacked word art on it. All right, let me walk over to the wall and see if I can find stamp with... My stamps are kind of all over the place right now. How about this one? This is the stamp set from the Spring Summer Season Pass. It has stacked word art on it. I think we're going to use that one. Let me just look at one more thing. This is the one I'm going to use. This one, all the details, the story, a story worth telling, documenting life, enjoyed this. This was so awesome. The best memories, moments. We're using this one. This one is from the Summer Fall Season Pass. So all of our Season Pass stamp sets this year had that different stacked word art on them. I pulled this one because I know this one we still have in stock, and I know this one, Spring Summer, we don't have anymore. And then someone would be sad if I used that and then you couldn't use it because you didn't have it. You couldn't get it anymore. So let's do this. And I feel like we need a little bit more blue. I think we're going to use that same broken china and we will stamp that at the bottom. And then it kind of is just, this isn't going to be just one big block of writing. We'll just kind of have a frame. We'll frame our writing there in the center. Does that one work? It does. All right. Print them on printer paper or photo paper? I printed them on photo paper. The reason I printed those on photo paper was because I wanted them to be glossy. I wanted them to look like actual candy wrappers, right? So if you think about like a glossy photo paper, it would look like it was the real wrappers because it was glossy. So that's what I used. All right, let's look here. Let's just do this. Oh, that's going to be awesome. Okay. Do that. I loved the stacked word art. That's been a really fun design that we incorporated this year into Season Pass, and then some of our other products too. Rub-ons. We've got rub-ons that have that stacked word art. And then some, oh my gosh, I know what I could have used. See, when I don't think about this ahead of time, then I'm not thinking about it. There is a whole stamp set that was part of July called Stacked Word Art that has 4 different combinations of stacked word art. Cute. Okay. Let's get that cleaned off. Oh my gosh, how come we're talking about wine? What did I miss here? Okay. Get that cleaned off. Add some more ink to my fingers. This afternoon, Nick and I are going up to Park City and going to the Arts Festival. Just to walk around and then having some dinner with some friends. The same couple we were with last night. She's on the board of the Kimball Art Center, and so she has some tickets for us. So we're like, sure, we'll go up. And now I'm going to be walking around looking like an artist because I've got ink all over my hands. Yeah. Not really, but where did that sheet go? I wish I had a Vanna. Because a Vanna would be like, here, Layle, I'll take that from you. I will clean that. I will put the plastic back on. I will put it back in the package for you and put it where it belongs. But alas, no Vanna. Okay, so last thing we need to do, I need a bullet stamp for my run-on. I need a little bullet stamp. And so I feel like I should have what should we have? We should have how about, let's look, where the bullet stamps go? Because I've been working on so many different projects, I have 3 different projects going on in here right now. And so it is a bit of a blank show. You know what I mean when I say blank show? It's a bit of a blank show. What if I did this? What if, well, no, we won't do that. I was going to use that little sun and cloud from Far and Wide, but let's not use that. What did I do? Oh, here's my minis. Here's my minis. Here's 2 of the 3 minis, or bullets and more. All right, what should we use? How about if we use, we will use this little tree. Right here, there were lots of trees on our July. Well, you're going to find out what we did in July because I'm going to tell you because it's going to be on my list. I think we will do green trees. Let's see. Yep, that'll be the bullet. So, I sketch out pretty much everything that we do, sketch out our lists. This is my sketch for this list. But you see, now that you see my list, you can see exactly what that is. Pocket, pocket, there's my photo strips. And that is my little grid. So sometimes the sketch is not much, right? That's enough to help me remember that's what I want to do. Okay, so for the month of July. And I need to refer to that because I had, that's also where I write the things that are going on my list. Virginia said, I'm obsessed with the bullet stamps. They sit on my desk, not mixed in with the other stamps. They're just something, I use it a lot, right? I could use the star that I already have on there, right? The star, I know, I could, right? I could use the star, but we'll use the tree. I already used the tree. So, let's see. We had dinner with our friends, the Petrowskis. On the 4th. Don't use the star. You know what's going to happen. You guys are already foreseeing it. Foreshadow. I am going to end up at some point stamping the star in accident. The basement was officially finished. Yay. New flooring, furniture, electronics. We have our house back. So, if you don't know, my business up until February of this year, March of this year, was run out of our home. And that was a lot. It was all in the basement downstairs, but in Utah, most of the homes in Utah have basements. And when we built our house 8 years ago, the basement was all finished. So it's finished like the rest of our house. But my business was down here in a good portion of the basement, and it took a beating. And so when we moved to the warehouse in March, it got finished, ultimately finished in July, but all the carpet pulled out, LVF put on the floor so it matches upstairs, couches and a big dining table down here, and entertainment center and all of that. It's a pretty big space, and so that's very exciting to have that now done. And now we've got a whole other part of our house to live in. Virginia, if I can only purchase one idea book, what's the suggestion? Virginia, if it was me, I would buy the first one. I would buy the first one because it's 3 years, 2020, 2021, and 2022. That gives you about 300-ish lists. And so the price for that one is not 3 times of what a single one would be. So you'd get the biggest bang for your buck. That's what I would do. And if anyone else has an opinion, if you want to share that opinion, absolutely chime in. There is nothing in the idea books that is dated, other than the product I use, but the product is not really the focus. It's really more on the list topics and the concepts and maybe the design concepts, not necessarily the product. So that's why I would pick that one. But I would be interested to know if anyone else has any other opinions. View in we've got a pretty amazing view of the mountains from our backyard for sure. Yes, we have our house back. It's very nice to have our house back after having it be my business for years. Let's see. We headed out on a 2-week 5-state trip covering 4 national parks. Some of you joined me for that, right? You did. I did a live before, two lives during that are here on my YouTube channel. We did okay. Hold please. I'm still here. I think it's in my suitcase that's right outside the door. Hold please. Let me grab this because I'll actually need this for my next list. Not that one. Not that one. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the event that I taught at last weekend, I took 7 traveler's notebooks with me. This is the one I was looking for. Because this will help me with some spelling. This is the documenting I did while I was on the road. So when we pulled back in the driveway, more or less the trip is documented. But I need to remember how to spell this first one. Lassen Volcanic National Park was our first one. Lassen Volcanic. Okay. Lassen Volcanic. Crater Lake. Olympic. And North Cascades. All right. 5 states. Utah, we started in Utah, drove through and stayed overnight in Nevada, and then California, Oregon, Washington. And lots of miles. Lots and lots of miles. Did I do this part yet? Here, all I have to do now is add up all those miles, and that will tell us how many miles we drove. It was like 2,700 miles or something over 2 weeks. It was a lot. But I could also tell you, because I kept track of every day, how many hours that we drove every day in Harvey. There is my license plate, our license plate game list. Keep track of all the license plate. By the numbers. States, I need to come back and fill in miles. This one. How much we spent on gas and how many gallons, because I even did that. Look, everywhere we stopped, how many gallons of gas, what the total amount was, and then the price per gallon. Some of those you don't want to see, like this one, that was the most expensive. We paid $6.39 per gallon, and the least we paid was $4.09 a gallon. That's a lot of gallons difference, a lot of dollar difference. That's not Harvey. Thank goodness that's not Harvey, because if that was Harvey, we'd have to mortgage our house to pay for gas from this trip, because that would take a lot of gas. Anyhow, but this is why, total side note, total segue here, this is why I do what I do when we're traveling, because the trip is documented. I know all the information, so that when I'm ready to continue adding, or when I continue building out my documenting the trip, it's all here in one spot. Okay, I just need to remember how to spell Lassen volcanic, but I'll need that for our next list too. I can't say how many miles we drove because I don't know. I didn't do that math yet. I should have done that math. I won't stop and take the time to do that math, but had a fabulous time seeing the parks. Enjoying nature. Spending 2 days with Jack and Kat. Jack's our older son. Kat is his wife. Seeing a bear. We saw a bear in Olympic National Park. Cross that one off my list. My bucket list. Let's see, spent 3 days with my sister Lainey and her husband Gus. They live in a town called Cedro Woolley. That is north of Seattle. We flew to now I also need to spell this one. Roche Harbor. Roche Harbor. Friday Harbor. Roche Harbor. There we go. Because I cut it out of a magazine. Roche Harbor. Flew to Roche Harbor on San Juan Island for a day and met Jason and Shannon. Jason works for Nick. Okay. So this is my run-on, right? It's just kind of a run-on. It is a rundown of what my July looked like. I read the book Yesteryear. Anyone read that? Yesteryear. That's another polarizing. It's like candy corn. People either love it or really disliked it. And there's not a lot of in between. Yesteryear is fiction. Some people think it's based on a person, but it is a story about a trad wife. I don't know if you've heard that term, trad wife, in that culture, trad wife, traditional wife, where, well, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Becky said she loved it. Becky, you read it. Yeah, it's one of those. Carrie said good book. Very interesting. It's good. It's quite interesting. A little controversial, just based on the subject matter. Basically, the whole trad wife concept is that a wife is more like a traditional wife from a long time ago, and like making everything by hand, homeschooling kids, making everything by hand, all the clothes, all of the food, a little bit subservient to the husband, but the woman in the book is also an influencer. And so it's kind of taking influencer culture and the whole concept of a trad wife and blending them together, and how sometimes influencers do things just for clicks or to make money on social media. It's interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Meredith said she did not like it. Yeah, it is. It's one of those people really either loved it or disliked it. What's her name? Someone just bought the rights to the movie, and I think we were supposed to dislike Natalie, right? I think Natalie's the main character, and it's written where you kind of want to dislike her, but also she's kind of a victim of circumstance. Anyhow, I wouldn't tell you to not read it. It's just one of those. It's one of those books that's very much like pop culture right now. It's something that's on the top of all the lists. And who was the woman in Devil Wears Prada? Not Meryl Streep, the other one. I think she's the one. Is she the one that bought the rights to the movie? So they're making a movie out of it, and she plays the main character, Natalie. I just can't remember what her name is. All right. Yeah, but it was one of those. I have a group of girls, Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway, right? Anne Hathaway, I think. A group of girlfriends that we all read it, and then we got together for lunch a couple weeks ago, and kind of had a little book club about it. So I had lunch with. It was lunch and shopping. In Park City with Sherry, Karen, and Kathy. And then, of course, towards the end of the month, Post Malone, the Post Malone concert, which was amazing. Sure like him. Okay, there we go. There's my list, right? So quick-ish, right? But the whole point is to get your month documented so that it is done. It's in the books. It's done. That doesn't mean that's the only way I'm documenting that. Like, especially this trip. This trip was a big trip. I am documenting that in a whole bunch of ways. This is just, I barely skimmed the surface. I've documented it not even documented. There are some photos, but really documented here. All of my writing is here about everything that happened every day. And then our next list, we'll kind of head into that, kind of continue along that direction of that trip. Book is called Yesteryear. Christine loves Posty. I love Posty too. So Post Malone is an artist. He is a musician, singer. I think singer-songwriter. Oh gosh, Sam! Oh my gosh! Holy Hannah! Oh my gosh! You just scared the pants off of me.
I know.
You guys, that was like the weird Shining thing. Remember The Shining when the little twins all of a sudden are standing there? I'm talking and whatever, and I look up, and Sam is standing right in front of me. Like, I don't even know how he walked in here without me hearing him. That just scared the pants off of me. But it's so nice to see you.
It's practice from years of sneaking out of the house when I was in high school.
Oh, did you hear that, Mom? That's all the practice of me sneaking out of the house when I was in high school. Yeah, we're talking about Posty.
I know.
Yeah.
You're going to tell him about how I met him in New Zealand?
Yes.
At a tiny little bar in Auckland?
I know. Most of the people have heard me tell that story many times.
Okay.
All right, here's the deal, friends. We're going to do this.
Mama,
Yes.
I'm just grabbing my bike in the bike rack, and then we're heading out. So.
You're heading out on your trip?
No.
Oh, when are you going on your trip?
Did you get a new phone?
What?
Did you get a new phone?
Did I get a new phone? No.
Okay, I thought you
No.
did.
But I am live now, so what's up?
Man.
When do you leave on your trip?
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay. All right. I maybe tomorrow night. You want to come for dinner? Well, let's talk later.
We'll figure it out
Okay.
later.
All right. Okay.
I love
Sorry.
you, Mom.
Love you too. Sorry, had to be a mom there for a minute. I mean, not had to. I got to be a mom there for a minute. Okay. I got to be a mom for a minute. Oh my gosh, you guys, that was creepy. He's just standing there, like, whoa, that was creepy. I was not expecting that, to look up and have a person standing there. But then I was happy to see Sam. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick all of this list up. I'm going to pick up and put away, and I'll tell a story while I'm doing that. Some of you have already heard it, so, but he mentioned it, so I'll bring it up. But while I'm doing that, we'll also do a giveaway. We'll do another giveaway, and let's make this giveaway. How about if we make this giveaway the Summer Fall Season Pass stamp set? Summer Fall Season Pass stamp set. That will be the next winner. SPQ3 stamp. Okay, so live giveaway. You know what? I'll do this as an after party too. I haven't been doing after parties. Sometimes it gets to be too many things for me to do. So I'll also write after party. And again, after party, you don't have to be present to win. Even if you are present to win, you can still go to the video after the fact and leave a comment in order to, maybe win a prize if I randomly pick you. All right. So what does that go to? I hate it when I find something like that. All right. Yes, cleaning up. So some years ago, Sam was in New Zealand. One of our nephews was there working for a year. And so Sam and her other nephew decided, hey, this would be a good time to go to New Zealand because Jace is there and we can stay with him and he knows the lay of the land and all that. So they went to New Zealand. And it is their second to the last day, I think, that they're there. They're in Auckland in a really small little town. I think they're staying at a youth hostel maybe. And they say to the guy at the youth hostel, they ask somebody, hey, we want to just go to a bar. We want to have a couple beers, where would be a good place to go? And the guy goes, oh, go to this place, okay? Go to this. Layle, Amy's been trying to tell you what Set the Stars from. Okay, what's it from? What is it from? Is it from, I think it's from In the News. Is it from In the News? I think. Okay, now I don't know. I'll watch. So, they... Oh, yeah, so they go to this bar. Missing from the Looking Forward stamp set. Looking Forward. Okay, I will remember that. Help me remember, and then I'll look, right? I know, we need an alert bell. Ding, 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 we do. Okay. Oh my gosh, now my brain is not really functioning anymore. It's having a hard time thinking of what it's trying to say. Yes, so they go to this bar. And it's a little dive bar. Very few people there. And they walk in, and there's a guy sitting at the bar. And Sam takes one look at him and says to our other nephew, Seth, that's Post Malone sitting at the bar. And Seth looks at Sam and he says, Sam, just because a guy has tattoos all over his face doesn't mean it's Post Malone. Now, if you know Post Malone, he has tattoos all over his face. And really, you don't see a lot of people with tattoos all over their face. And Sam says, Seth, that's bleep Post Malone. And so Sam is his mother's child. He walks right up to Posty and says, excuse me, there's no one there. I mean, there's now later they realize a guy who's like his bodyguard, but he's way over to the side. Like no one is in the bar. And so he says, excuse me, are you Post Malone? And Post says, yes, I am. And Sam says, can I buy you a beer? And Post Malone says, sure. So they're standing at the bar and they're having a beer together. And they finish their beer. And Sam says, oh, can I buy you another beer? And Post Malone says, sure. And after the fact, when I hear this story, I'm like, okay, why isn't Post Malone buying you a beer? Like, he's got way more money than you. He should buy you a beer. You're a fan. So they have another beer and they're talking. And Sam says, oh, I love you. I love all your music. I have this little tattoo. I don't know what this little tattoo means, but whatever. And Post Malone's like, oh, that's cool. And then Sam says, so, I live about 15 minutes from your house. Now, we do not live in the same neighborhood as Post Malone. Please don't think that. We don't live in the same neighborhood as Post Malone. But 15 minutes, he lives in a really nice neighborhood. And if you kind of from this area, you know, everybody knows where Post Malone lives, right? And so as soon as Sam says that, Post Malone takes one look at him okay, hold on. We're in New Zealand and you live 15 minutes from me. And then I think he starts thinking, no, Post Malone lives in Utah. I think Post Malone starts thinking, oh, this must be like some creeper stalker guy. And Sam's like, no, it's okay, and then everything was fine. And then, you know how Sam's mom finds out about that he saw Post Malone? And that's me, I'm Sam's mom. I have to see it on Instagram. There's Sam with a selfie of him and Post Malone. And I'm like, Sam, how is it that you have to fly halfway around the world to New Zealand to see Post Malone when you could see him at the 7-Eleven a few minutes from our house? But yeah, so that Sam loved that. He was so excited to see Post Malone and have a couple beers with him. And then Post Malone, when he did his F1 Trillion tour, he opened it up here in Utah because he lives in Utah. And then when he did his big fill in the blank ASS, his first big ASS stadium tour, he opened it up here in Utah. And then last month, it was his second big blank tour, stadium tour, and he ended it here in Utah. So we kind of feel like, he's our best friend because, he lives in Utah. He's very good live. He is incredibly good. He's incredibly talented. He's incredibly polite. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. But I have to tell you, if you get offended by swear words, then you do not want to go see him, because when he says thank you, ladies and gentlemen, then he bleeps out lots of swear words about you're blank awesome, you're blanking awesome, you're blanking awesome, this is blanking incredible. He just swears a lot. Not just who he is, So if that bothers you, then I would say probably don't go see him in concert. He also smokes a lot of cigarettes while he's singing, and then also drinks a lot while he's singing. And so sometimes I'm afraid he's going to fall over and get hurt because, he's just having fun. That's who he is. All right. So let's do our second giveaway now. I am scrolling up and I am stopping at Bonnie Phillips. Bonnie Phillips said, my husband and I are going to spend a week or so driving part of Route 66 in October. It's the 100th anniversary. Bought your travel TNN kit right away. It will be perfect to take. That's not why I picked Bonnie. I just literally scrolled up and she stopped. She stopped. I stopped. So Bonnie, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, season pass Q3 stamp set, season pass Q3 stamp set. And in the body of the email, please put your mailing address and the team will get that shipped off to you in the next week or so. Congratulations, Bonnie. And guess what? If you're not Bonnie, don't be sad yet. You can still, after the video is over, go to the comments on the video once the video is over, not the chat, and then leave a comment there and you'd have a chance to win as also. Okay, let me scroll back down and we are ready for our third list. Sorry, every time I do that, it makes the camera shake. So, and the camera, it makes the desk shake and the camera shakes and all that. All right, so for our third list, third list is called Best Of. Best Of. It's really important to me when we do our lists that I pick list topics that could work for pretty much anyone. About Last Month can work for anyone. In fact, About Last Month is a list topic that I suggest if you're just getting started creative listing. That's a great one to start with, About Last Month, because you can literally start now. There's no right or wrong time to start creative listing, and so About Last Month is an easy one to start with, and anyone can do that. Same thing, feels like a win. Easy to make a list about things that feel like a win. Best of is another really easy list to start with because anyone can do a best of list. Could be a best of your week. What were the best things that happened to you last week? It could be a best of high school. What was your favorite part of high school? What is the best of the movie Airplane? Maybe you love the movie Airplane and you want to do best of Airplane and you want to make a list of all your favorite things about the movie Airplane. So best of is a very generic type of list topic that can work for whatever you want it to work with. So best of. For me, this best of is the best of the national parks, just the 4 national parks that we visited. It's the best of. So, what is it about those national parks that I really enjoyed? This is based off of a sketch. Let me find the sketch. Based off of a sketch. Oh, come on now. I have everything all organized. Everything's out. And so where are the sketches? Where are the sketches? If I was a sketch, oh, here they are. They're just buried. Don't fear. They're just buried. So I mentioned earlier when we were talking about one of the lists that I did last week. This list. This list was inspired by a sketch that Becky had created for us for season pass, the summer fall season pass. And that heart paper is one of the papers in the summer fall season pass. And so I created my list based on the inspiration from that sketch. And that is also what I'm going to do for this list. There are a number of different sketches for the Far and Wide collection. All right. So all the sketches you can see when you go to the blog, and on the little drop down, you can pick a topic, and one of the topics is free sketches. So you would see all of the Far and Wide sketches. You'd see all of the sketches that we've done, all listed there. I think I put up about half of the Moonlit Manor ones so far. Becky did a lot, like 9 or 10 sketches for Moonlit Manor. So I still have more to put above those. But anyhow, you can see the sketches there, but you can also see the sketches with the product. So if I were to pull up any of the Far and Wide product, I would also see these sketches. Amy, thank you. Amy just popped a link to the free sketches in the chat. So I had been looking at the sketches for Far and Wide. Some of them are scrapbook page sketches. They are sized for that. So like this one is sized as a 12 by 12. So that would work really well for a 12 by 12 scrapbook page. But when you think about a scrapbook page, 12 by 12, and when you think about a Traveler's Notebook spread, Traveler's Notebook spread is 8, the spread, is 10 by 8 1/4. So it is almost square. So this would be a Traveler's Notebook sketch. This, let me grab this one. This would be a 12 by 12 layout sketch. You could use these for either. This could be a 12 by 12 scrapbook page kit or page sketch. This could be a Traveler's Notebook sketch. All right. So lots of different sketches and inspiration for you. But this one, there's actually a couple of things I was really inspired by with this particular sketch. And I am using the Far and Wide collection for this. But you know what? Your sketches don't have to be used for the same collection. So I could be inspired maybe by this pocket. Maybe I'm inspired by this pocket and I'm doing something with Moonlit Manor, right? I can be inspired by the design. It doesn't have to be the product that I'm inspired by. So when you're looking at sketches, keep that in mind. You could have stash of basic gray product from 10 years ago at home, and you are inspired by the design of the sketch, and then you bring that product in. But I am using this Far and Wide sketch with some Far and Wide product. All right. So I am not using the black paper. The black paper is kind of your departure and arrival board. So I thought, we didn't really fly anywhere, so that one isn't really going to work with the words for me. So I am going to change up what I am using. And I thought for a base, I could do one of two things. For my base, I could use the suitcase paper because that would work, right? We had suitcases on the trip. Or I could use, well, we didn't have suitcases. That's actually not true because we went in Harvey, but it could still work, right? Or I could use this. This would be a really basic background. This is a whole bunch of words, travel-related words in different languages. Aloha, adventure, ciao, bonjour, lots of different words in different languages. So I think I will use these as my background because it kind of then ties into the background that Becky had used. So let's start with that. I am using papers from the 6x8 Far and Wide paper pad because they are scaled to size, right? If I pulled out these papers in a 12 by 12, the words would be larger, so I wouldn't be able to see as many of them. So let's start. We are going to trim these. These will be my base to start. These will be 4 3/4 by 8. So I always say when I am working with a base paper on a traveler's notebook page or spread, I am always doing 4 3/4 by 8 because that gives me a nice white border all the way around my pages, because my inserts are 5 by 8.25. So that gives me a nice even border all the way around. I am going to work on this list off the page again, like we did the first one, and then I will adhere it in here when I'm done. All right, so that is, those are my base. Those are my base papers. And I am going to round the corners, again, because my inserts are rounded. Outside corners are rounded, so we will just come in and round those corners. Whoopsie. Golly, I didn't do that well at all. What did I do? That's a little funky, but you won't really see it. It'll be fine. You won't really see it. Okay. Now I won't do my list on there because you would never see anything that I was, that I wrote, right? So next thing, and you can download them. Kathy, that's a great point. You can download them. All I do is pull up one of those sketches, right click on it, save it to your computer or your phone, and then you've got those for any time that you need them. Vote Blue. That is actually one of two. They come in a set. So, and these are their measurements because everybody has different corner measurements. These are EK Success, and these I sell on my website. So one is actually easier to look at that. One is a little bit of a tighter round that they say that's 1/2 inch, and one is a little bit of a fuller round, and that's 1 inch. Even though other 1/2 inch and 1 inch aren't the same, other manufacturers, but that's just kind of, it's nice to have those two there and on the website. And Amy beat me to it. She's already linked that in the description box of the video. Thank you, Amy. All right, so I won't be doing my list on there. Again, going with the inspiration, I thought, well, I like the green. We could use then green as part of our base to add a little bit more color there. And for the green, I had already used, I must like this green a lot. I had already used the greens from the 6 by 8. Actually, I used one, but not both. That's why I didn't pull them both out. But that's the same green. Even though this is a smaller scale, I'm really not worried about scale because really I just want that color for a background. So now we need to decide what size we want these to be. So I really don't need a lot of that background showing. Sometimes if there's more pattern going on in the background, I will give myself a little bit more room. But here, I really don't need to leave a lot of that background showing. So let's see what we end up with here. I just made my little pencil marks. Let's do our height first, because then I'll have the height for both of them. That height is about 7.5. And then my width is, it's about 4 1/4. 4 1/4 by 7.5. Like that. So that's a pretty busy paper. There's a lot going on there. But as soon as I drop that green on there, it really helps to kind of tone it down. Now, what Becky did this. And I'm not going to do that. I am going to have mine be two separate. Mine will be two separates like this. Just no reason. That's just how I'm going to do it. So let's go ahead and adhere those. Like that. And this one like that. All right, so I've been inspired by, obviously, the collection, inspired by the colors, the green and then kind of the black and white. Next up, this I'm going to stray a little bit from this design, But I was very inspired by these. Photo with something, photo with something, photo with something. So what I did was I came in, I printed, all right. I printed, where? We know it's here. I just have to dig through everything here. So give me a sec while I dig through. Oh, here we go. I printed, hang on, let me just cut something real quick. I'm still here. Still here. All right. Oh, I'm going to need this anyway. All right. I was trying to cut on the floor, but I need this anyway. So, remember when we did about last month and I printed a 5x7 photo and it had, it was a 5x7 and it had photos over here too. I just printed that and then have already cut it. So these are photos from the 4 national parks that we visited. Lassen Volcanic, Crater Lake, Olympic, and North Cascades. Of the 4, I would say my 2 favorites, Crater Lake and North Cascades. North Cascades was a sleeper. Holy cow, it is amazingly gorgeous. They call the North Cascades the Swiss Alps of the US because the mountains are really like craggly, like really spiky. Crater Lake, oh my gosh, I mean, that Crater Lake was like so beautiful, I can't even believe it. All right, so let's see what's going to happen here. Oh, all right. So my thought was that I was going to, I think I need to cut all these apart. Because my thought was, again, based on the inspiration, she had 3 photos here and then a couple of things. So I thought an easy way to identify these 4 parks would be with stickers. I have lots of national park products on my website because Nick and I love national parks and I like to document the national parks, and I know some of you guys do too. So this is a set of 66 national park round stickers, and there is one for each national park. So I thought this would be a great way to identify those parks. So we have Crater Lake. I just need to think about this. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to do this. I'm going to cut around this just so I can kind of figure out my spacing here for a minute. Crater Lake. And then we have Lassen Volcanic. These are in alphabetical order. That makes them a little bit easier to find. These are vinyl stickers. Lassen, and then Olympic. Oh, Olympic. Oh, there's the bear. We saw a bear at Olympic National Park. That was fun. Now, we were not standing next to him. We were driving, and he was up on a little hill right above us eating, but we saw him. He was right there, plain as day. And then North Cascades. Is that one on this too? North Cascades. All right, so here are the 4. Now what I need to decide, do I want to do them all like this? Or do I want to cut these apart and do maybe one like this, and one like this, and one like this, and one like this? I feel like that's the way I need to do it. I feel like this is just a little bit kind of, you know, just too much like that. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to cut all these apart now. If you joined me in any of the lives that I did as I was prepping for this trip, or while I was documenting live on the trip, I've used versions of those stickers already. Because I carry 2 different versions of those. I carry the circle versions, and then I also carry the emblem versions. So when we go back to where, oh, here. Like when we look here, the emblem versions. So when I was prepping my notebook before we left, I already had my stickers in for each national park because I had the emblem versions that I just stuck down. Lassen and Crater Lake and Olympic, and then North Cascades in my other insert. All right, so now let's look at this. If we go like this, I want to keep these in order just because these are the order that we visited them. If you have ever really been drawn to smaller photos, like little photos like this, and you thought you had to have a small printer, you don't, right? That was, I printed out on that Epson Creative Print. Or excuse me, the Epson PictureMate PM400. I just printed out a 5x7 and cut those open. Cut them up. Not cut them open. Cut them up. All right, so let's do this guy. This guy's going here. And then here is my Lassen Volcanic National Park. Now, if you're like me and you like going to visitor centers, well, you probably have a lot of stickers that you can buy at the visitor centers because Lord only knows I do. I have, let me see, is it right here? Oh, I have one of these for each of the national parks that we went to on this trip. And it is memorabilia and it's junk that I cut from magazines, stickers, postcards, pins, so many different things. Because I like going to national park visitor centers. I like to go into any visitor center. And you can spend a lot of money on souvenirs at a national park visitor center. Or you can buy one pack of stickers that has all of them in it, like I'm using here. Or you can do both. Crater Lake, oh my goodness. Yeah, Sherry Susan says she loves visitor centers. Yeah. Way to my heart. You want to know the way to my heart? Take me to a national park visitor center. I just love them. Okay, come on. Why aren't you coming off here? There we go. Okay, Crater Lake. Crater Lake is stunning. I mean, all of these national parks are amazing. They all have their different, draws. Clearly, Crater Lake is a giant crater. That's its draw. It is it's a giant crater that has a lake. It's a giant crater that it's a giant crater from the volcano, and now there's a big lake in it. How about that? That's the easiest way to say that. The other nice thing about doing this on a trip is something like this, because we come back in and one of those stamps that I bought tells me all about Crater Lake. Crater Lake and Wizard Island occupy a caldera, a deep volcanic basin formed after Mount Mazama's eruption and collapse more than 7,700 years ago. The clear lake water, fed by rain and snow, is considered by experts to be some of the purest on Earth. Crater Lake plunges to a maximum depth of 1,943 feet, making it the deepest lake in the nation and one of the 10 deepest in the world. So, even when I go to Crater Lake and I can't remember a thing, I just come back and I see what I documented and then I remember. Lassen Volcanic National Park, kind of its name to fame is that it has Olympic. It has it's the only place in the world that has all 4 types of volcanoes. The only place in the world. That was very cool. I mean, all of these were amazing and really cool. I would say my least favorite was probably Olympic. I don't know why. I don't know. It was probably my least favorite. We didn't spend a ton of time there. And I mean, it's beautiful. It is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But it is just, it's different. I don't know. It felt to me like there was maybe not as much to see as some of the others. I don't know. Don't let me talk you out of going there, though. That's probably one we need to go back to, honestly, and experience. And then North Cascade. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. My sister and her husband live Not even an hour from North Cascades National Park. Okay, there we go. There is the left side of my spread. Now on the right side. So this is a best of, right? This is the best of kind of these 4 national parks. So I need to do some writing somewhere. And this is where I was further inspired by Becky's sketch. This is a library pocket, okay? Library pocket. So I can make a library pocket and then I can do a library card or maybe 2 to put in the pocket. So that's what we're gonna do next. Let me get these guys away. These guys away. I haven't used a library card pocket and a library card in a while. It's been a while. 1:30. Yep, we're good. Thank you, Terry. I always love when you give me the reminders because you know me. I'll just keep going. I will just forget. I get sidetracked and then we just keep going. All right, so for the pocket, I have to decide here what I think I want to do or what I want to use for the pocket. In the Far and Wide collection, there is a kind of a grid that's got a little bit of blue and a little bit of red on it. So I can decide to do that. I need to do a little bit of stamping on here also. So I think with the stamping that I'm going to do, I think it may be a little bit it might have a little bit too much going on. So I'm going to switch that out with, come on out there, come on, with this. The 6x8 graph paper, okay? So the graph paper, we do in 6x8 and 12x12 sizes. And the scale is the same. All right, the scale in the 6x8 and the 12x12 is the same. So you could get 6x8 and cut it down, or you could just, use 6x8 or do the 12x12 and cut it down. All right, where are my dies? Oh yeah, here's my big old stack of what we'll be using here. So here is my library pocket die. This is going to create a pocket for me right there. And then I have, that's my library, the back of the pocket. And then this is the library card stamp and then the library card die. All right, so start with those. Let's do our pocket. Our pocket is going to be out of this. We're going to keep the pocket pretty plain because we're going to stamp on it. Library pocket. So die just like the diagonal dies that we used on the About Last Month list. It has your wings, and so when we cut that with our die cut, those sides and bottom will fold in to create our pocket. So let's move some of these things out of the way. Let's move all this paper down on the ground. Isn't that a nice big pile? And I'm afraid the mess is only going to get worse because now it has all of our listing mess in here and then the 3 projects that I am in the middle of that I need to work on tomorrow. And then also I have some reels I need to record tomorrow too. And the video for the flip through of the Hello Halloween mini book project kit. So no rest for the weary. All right. Carol, I love that. She said, I love Pockets. This live is sponsored by Pockets. It is, right? Live is sponsored by Pockets and a die cut machine because we are really making use of that today, aren't we? All right, so this we need to just trim down a little bit. Whoopsie. Too wide to go through our machine, so if it's 5 inches, we're good. That machine now has a 5-inch width. And I'm really not worried about how I am orienting my die. Sometimes we have to think about how we orient it because even though it's going in this way, it's really my pocket's going to be that way. So if you're working with a directional paper, then you need to be thinking about whether your die goes this way or this way, right? Doesn't really matter. So let's just do this, put this down here, make my little sandwich, move that over, turn it on, and oh, actually, what I should be paying attention to though, I just kind of slapped that on there. Because there are lines on there, I should make sure that my die is straight or that pocket will not look very good because your little grid will not be straight and that would probably drive me crazy, but not enough for me to do again. that's interesting. My little edges are a little ruffled. It's okay, but I don't know what I did there. All right, so here is my library card pocket. I must not have quite got that down flat, so it did that to the edges. I've never seen it do that before. There is the pocket for my library card. Let me where's my bone folder? Let me get my bone folder here and flatten that out of it. Okay, so that is going to set over here. And then we need with the library pocket die, there is a second die in the set that goes with that die, and it is the back. So it creates a back of the pocket so that your pocket could go on something like this and it would have a back to it. Or you could use the pocket standalone. It'd be kind of hard to use this pocket standalone without having a back on it. But I think in this case, I don't think I need to worry about the back because I'm going to be putting things in there. So I'm not going to worry about the back. Let's do this though. I think we should do our stamping on here before we lay that down. It'll be a lot easier if I stamp before I lay it down. I'm going to do another one of those. So hang tight. We'll make just another pocket here. Grab another piece of that paper. Trim it to 5. All right. I'm going to try something here. All right, I'm gonna do another one of these. Okay. I kind of still have that little ruffle there. I don't know why. I haven't used that with this machine. I'm not sure why it gave me that little ruffle. I mean, it's fine. It's not affecting the pocket at all, but that's kind of interesting. All right. Amy just linked in the description, or excuse me, in the chat, a free class, how to use library card pocket, tips, tricks, and techniques. And I think Amy did that one. I think you recorded that one, Amy, didn't you? I believe so. So I'm doing my little outlining here for my pocket. And stamping. So this is National Park, right? My list is about best of the national parks that we went to. So I'm pulling out the National Park Love stamp set. This stamp set, I designed, well, I didn't design it, Becky designed it, but I planned it out. How about that? Exactly what I wanted to say, the fonts, different things like that. And then I said, okay, Becky, will you please make this for me? And then she did. But did this when we were on our trip in June. I want to say June, I think, May. I don't remember when it was, May or June. To Mesa Verde National Park in Colorado. We were on that trip and we were driving back and I started thinking, you know, why don't I have a stamp? Why don't I have a stamp for national parks? Because that's really my thing. I said, so we need to make a stamp for national parks. So that is what we did. And that's the stamp I'm using. Also, I knew we were going on this 4 national park trips. So I thought, well, I'll for sure use it then. All right. So what I need to think about is where's my little sketch here? There was something I wanted to put at the bottom there. Rub on sight sounds travelogue. But then I think I didn't have that one because I think I had already used it. So I had a plan B. Oh no, here it is. Look, here it is. So if I do this, if I do National Park Love there and then I put that rub on down below, that will work. Now we can have fun with some of the blue here, right? Let's pick a blue. There's a lot of great blue in those photos. The color of Crater Lake was like unreal, off the hook, unreal. We might be with Broken China again. Broken China might be our friend again on this one. Maybe not. Ooh, Mermaid Lagoon, Salty Ocean. Salty Ocean, I think that's what we need. Salty Ocean it is. Salty Ocean. Thank you, Melissa. Melissa said, I love learning. Thank you for sharing your skills, Layle. Thank you for letting me share them. Because if you guys weren't here, I would not be doing this. I'd be working. I would not be playing. And this is 100% play for me. And we need play, right? We need to have play in our lives. So if you guys weren't here, I would not be playing. All right. So grab that National Park Love. You might notice that when I ink things up, I'll turn it over and look at it. So I turn it over and look at it to make sure that I've got a good ink coverage. Now, something interesting may happen here. A little bit, not bad. I have a few little open spaces, but that's okay. I'm not worried about that. I could kind of see that a little bit when I was inking. I could see that the ink was kind of pooling a little bit and leaving some open spaces. So that's where you'll see me kind of turn it over and look at it again. Then that looks good. All right, so I think we'll do this. National Park Love. I think this one can go about right here. And then we'll do that little rub on below it. So cute. So nice. And that really pretty blue, that Salty Ocean. Sometimes you think, well, how many blues do I need? Well, we needed that one, right? We needed that. All right, then I think we were going to do this Sights and Sounds. Okay, so this is a rub-on. I have already used part of this sheet, so that is why it is a small piece, because it has been already cut away from the sheet. Put that right there. Get my fancy rub-on tool out, the popsicle stick. And when it comes to rub-ons, the main thing you need to remember is don't let go. Do not let go. So as I'm working on the right side, my left hand is holding on to the left side. And as I start to make my way over to the left side, I don't want to let go. We're basically transferring the design or the rub-on away from the sheet onto our paper. And if that rub-on moves, part of it will have already transferred. If it moves, then there'll be a break in my transfer. There'll be a crack in my rub-on. Nobody wants a crack in the rub-on. So when I get to about over here, I need to now rub on the part where my fingers are. So I am just rotating. My fingers are over here, and now I can get, now I can get to this part. But I haven't let go, and that's kind of the key. You just don't want to let go. We don't want a crack or a break in that rub-on. So we'll kind of get that to where we think it's pretty much. I think it's probably pretty good. And then I still don't want to let go. Ooh. My regular tweezers somewhere. I don't know. Probably not unpacked from a trip yet. So I'm going to grab some tweezers, and I am just going to start lifting. And I'm lifting to make sure it's all rubbed on. If it's not rubbed on, I still haven't let go. I can lay that right back down and continue to rub on until it looks good. Because I haven't moved it yet. It means I can keep working with it because I haven't moved it. We'll keep kind of going around here. Make sure everything looks good. Okay, it looks good. A little finger over it to make sure it's all nice and secure. And my pocket is ready to go. So we will turn that over, and just like we did when we were doing our other pockets, we want to use my little double-sided tape. So see, tape, tape, and tape. My mind sometimes. So in my head, as I'm, thinking to myself, I'm peeling this away. And then you know what pops into my head? Peaches and herb. Isn't that? No, maybe it's Steely Dan. Who is it? Why don't we steal away? You know that song, Steal Away? Why don't we steal away into the night? And peel away, steal away. That's not Peaches and Herb. That's the Pina Colada song, is Peaches and Herb. Okay. Let me get that nice angle there. Okie dokies. We are ready for our pocket. And I think we'd like our pocket to go about there. That looks pretty good. Ooh, hang on. Oh, see, you know what? If I hadn't been doing this technique, I decided I remembered, because the library card will go in there where I'll write my list. But I think I'm going to end up with 2 library cards. And then I'll need something to pull the library cards out with, so they'll be a little bit taller. Had to go down a little bit. Okay, there's my pocket. Now, it's called a library card pocket because a library card goes into it. That will go... where'd it go? Library card we had for a minute. This can go back in here. So one thing I just want to reiterate, when it comes to the library pocket die, the library pocket die is what is creating the pocket. And it's a 2-piece die. So it's that pocket part, but then there's also the back of it. That back, if you wanted a back to the pocket, that is that. That is not the die for the library card. All right? Different. This is, I've got 2 different things in there. I have in here, I have the back of the pocket, then I also have the library card die, which then gets really confusing. So let's move this guy in here. All right, library card. Library card is one of the few, the very first, we're actually using a couple today of my first stamp sets in this list. So library card is one of the first that we did. I was using library cards in a lot of my travel documenting. And a library card, really a library card. You can buy library cards that have date and borrower and all that. The problem with that library card was that my writing was getting, those things on the library card that were printed on there were getting in the way of my writing. And I'm like, well, that's not really working for me. So we decided to make a library card stamp, and it's the exact same size as a library card. It just doesn't have all that, all that pesky writing on it. So I think on this one, we need just white cardstock. Whoopsie. This is an example of me having, I have some of these already stamped. Something like this. We talk about sometimes half the battle of using your things is actually getting your things out. Right? Like, if we want to make our library cards and we want to die cut them and, make our pockets and all that, sometimes we just give up. We don't want to do it because it feels like it's too much work. But if we're getting all of our things out, we might as well, you can tell my brain is thinking it's needing food now. We might as well make a bunch of these, right? And so if we looked on my shelf over here of all of my stamps, we would also see this. Because sometimes if you're Robbie Dupree, thank you, Paula, someone like that. Oh, Rupert Holmes is okay. Is Rupert Holmes the Pina Colada song? Okay, what does Peaches and Herb sing? Peaches and Herb. not herb. Peaches and, oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, anyhow. But this is what I do, right? So if I'm getting all my stamps out and I'm going to do library cards, generally I will pre-stamp a bunch of library cards because then it's just done. Next time I want to use it, it's done and I don't have to get all my stuff out. But in this case, I want to use this one. So I'm going to use our Salty Ocean again. If you're getting your stamps out, even if you're like, well, I don't know what color I might want to use. You've got your stamps out, you've got your stamping blocks out, get a bunch of different color inks, and then just do a bunch of stamping, right? Sometimes we want to be creative, but sometimes we don't really feel like being creative. We don't really want to think. And so if you can get some of your stamps that you use frequently, do some pre-work. Do a whole bunch of pre-stamping. So next time when you don't have 8 hours to do something, you only have, 10 minutes, you just grab one of your library cards out because it's already been stamped. Nice even pressure. The larger your stamp, the more you really want to make sure you've got nice even pressure, because sometimes the center points, if you're not getting enough pressure around the center point, you will not end up with an impression in the center. Woo-wee! That's a nice looking library card. I'm only going to do one right now. But really, I should. If you guys weren't with me, I would. I have Salty Ocean out. I'd do a whole bunch of library cards with Salty Ocean, and then they'd just be ready. All right. Now, there is a die. There is a library card die, right? We talked about library pocket die, but there is a library card die. And, oh, thank you, Reunited, and it feels so good, Reunited, because, yeah. All those 70s songs, it's like, who sang that? Who sang what? My synapses are not firing, friends. Okay, let me put this away. There is a library card die, and I'm going to say something that might sound really weird for me to say to you because I have a business. We came out with the library card long before we came out with the library card die. I pushed back for a really long time on doing this die because I'm like, you guys, it's a rectangle. Take your trimmer out and cut the rectangle. You don't need to spend the money on a die when it's just a rectangle. And then you guys said, no, Layle, we really want to die. We really want to die. We really want to die. So kicking and screaming, not really, but we made the die, right? So if you want a die to cut out your library card, you can buy a die to cut out your library card. But also just remember, your trimmer works just as well, okay? And that's why I said it might sound weird that I say that because, I have a business and that's how I, survive. Well, not, you know what I mean, but that's how, I support myself and our family. But that's also how I support partially Amy, Becky, Lily, Denise, Jill, right? There are a number of us that are paid by you guys buying products. So it may seem weird if I say, hey, listen, you really don't need to buy that. But I'm saying, you know what? You really don't need to buy that. But we have it. I did. Amy knows. I'm like, Amy, we're not doing that. That's silly. Why would we do that? But I tell you, we've sold a lot of them. We've sold a lot of that dye. So sometimes it's convenience factor, right? Sometimes you just don't want a deal, I guess. And that works too. But you can just get out. But instead of getting out my trimmer, I will use the dye because, you can see that it works. And it cuts it out nice and clean and pretty, but, still you could use your trimmer. Let me see. I think that, I don't know if there's a right side. If there's a, try to get that in there. And at this point, it would have been way easier, huh? It would have been way easier just to do just to trim it. Okay, that looks pretty good. We'll put it in backwards. How about that? We'll put it in backwards. Okie dokies, here we go. I'm totally honest with you, right? Absolutely. I would say most of us, including me, don't have unlimited funds. right? So I'm like, well, I would rather spend money on something that I can't do otherwise, right? Like one of those frame dies. That would be, I mean, a little harder to do. Cut out a frame die. All right. So now we have our little library card, and our library card fits nicely into our library pocket. All right, let's move this out of the way again. And I think we're gonna end up with 2 of these. I feel like I have some things about each national park, the best of, right? And so I think one of these could just be a black one. So we could end up with a black one and a blue one in the pocket like this, okay? The next thing I wanna do is I would like to create some little clips that I can pull those pieces out with. Let's see, we have clip it and we have mini clips and mini clips. These are, we've had these, I don't know, I'd have to go back and look, for quite a while. Both the clips and the mini clips. And they're just great little clips that you can create to make like little clipboards. So when we put a little clip on top of there, they look like little little clipboards. You would see those used quite a bit in the first Layle by Mail idea book. The one that has 2020, 2021, and 22. Because they were shiny and new, like the Love Boat. Like that. There's a little stamp on there. So sometimes I will not make a piece for it to go with. In this case, I just drew a line on my list and then added my little clipboard stamp, my clip stamp on top of that to make that look like a clipboard. So you would see that. Oh, here's another one. That one stamped on pattern paper and then cut out with the die. So then you kind of get a really fun, groovy looking little clipboard there. But you will see in the idea books, you will see examples of those being used, both in the large and in the mini. And then you will also see a bunch of those examples on the website when you pull up those products. So if you're like, ooh, I have that die or I have that stamp, but I haven't used it in a while, and you need some kind of refresher inspiration, you will see it there, website or idea book. There is one that I used not a whole bunch. I used some of the minis. Let me see. I should have marked it before, but I'm going to see if I can find it. It is, I believe it's in the family section, page 54. Let's look. Okay. Here's a big one, dadisms, meaning things that I did this for, dadisms, Layleisms, things my mother used to say. But this one, familyisms. So we used kind of a little paper clip, stamp, like we were clipping all of those little pieces onto our list. They're just fun, just kind of fun, different stamps and dies to use. All right. Now I'm like, oh, what else is in here that I want to see? Another on pattern paper. Sometimes we forget with our stamps and our dies that we don't have to just do them on plain paper. Like doing die cutting and stamping on top of a pattern paper really can make things fun. All right, so I used a lot in this book. As I keep, look at it. Like here's another one. My most used phone apps. Binged series. I was really into making some of those clipboard looking things for a while. All right, so now let's think about that. Maybe what we should be doing then is maybe we should be doing patterned clips there. If we did, let's see our little guys. I think we want to do little guys on here. So if we did littles, let me just do maybe the same one. We'll do these littles, the same clip twice. We will stamp on pattern paper and then cut it out, that one. So let's go back to our far and wide paper pad. Oh, that's a long way down to bend to the floor. And see what we might want to use. Oh, all right, so we've got some yellow in here. We could use yellow. There's more. No, I won't use that green because green, and then the lines and the lines, that's too much. I think, oh, well, okay, no. Sometimes you need to be thinking about the size of the clip, right? The size of the clip. If we did that, it would make it really hard to see, so that won't be a good one. I think we should do, I'm thinking maybe the yellow. I think we should do the yellow. I don't have all the papers in here because I've used quite a bit. I think I like the yellow. Surprise. I know that's not a surprise to some of you. You know I like my yellow. Terry knows that. All right, so let's grab our stamp. Let's grab our stamping block. There is, some of you know, I have a page. I don't know, there's probably 20 some odd. Well, Amy already linked one of them. Amy linked, there's a free class about tips and tricks for using the library card pocket and a library card. There is also a free class here on YouTube. You can also get to it from the website. A free class I did a couple years ago, maybe 2 years ago now, 2 or 3, 2, on a little mini book that I put together using the library card stamp and then the little clips. And so it was a whole mini book on everything was done on this little kind of combo, but I think I used the bigger clip. Anyhow, that's free class. So if you're like, ooh, I want to learn more about those clips and what you did, you will see them on that free class. Yellow always wins. It does. It does. All right. Was Nick on here? Did Nick say something on here? I missed part of that, Terry. Now, what I would normally do, I'd have all these little stamps. So really what I should do, I really should come in and stamp a whole bunch of these and then cut a whole bunch of them out at the same time and then have a little envelope of all of my little clips. So the next time I want to use a clip, it's already done, right? I don't have to get all of my stuff. It would just be done for me. It'd be like I created my own little die cuts. Alrighty. That little project I was talking about, I made a cute little mini book for Christmas, and they were just on a little O-ring, and the hole was through the top of, if I remember, I think the hole was through the top of the little clipboard, the little clip on top of all the library cards. So that was kind of fun. That was kind of fun. All right, move these around. Too many things. This room is going to be closed for the evening, closed for the rest of the day, and I'll come in the morning and be like, oh, I'll have to clean up a bunch of it before I'll be able to do any work in here. Okay, this little guy. There we go. Look how cute it is. Just my little clip. This is an example of when a die really is useful, because you could fussy cut that, but ooh, who wants to fussy cut that? Not me. Okay, now I am not going to do a double-sided. My ink was a little wet there. So it's kind of have some residual clip there. Let me clean up my hands because if my ink was still a little wet when I did that, it means probably have a little bit of ink on my fingers, inky fingers. All right, so I am not going to back these. You know what I mean by that? I'm not going to make it, well, it's double-sided, but I'm not going to sandwich them, I guess is what I mean. Okay, clean this off, and we're going to be done soon. He said, let them up. Oh, I know, dad humor. Let them up. They've had enough already. That's Nick humor. I'm like, dude, if they don't want to be here, they have left. They know they can leave. They're not chained. I can't see them get up and walk away, right? You guys know that. You don't have to stay just because I'm finishing. What I've learned over the years, many years of doing this, is that if I don't finish a list while we're together, it doesn't get finished until Amy says, hey, Layle, reminder, I need you to mail me that finished traveler's notebook because I need to photograph it for the idea book. And then I go, oh crap, there's some lists I didn't finish. And then I have to finish them. And then, you know, it's much easier just to finish them while I'm working on it. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, so this will come over here. We will just apply a little bit of adhesive. We'll use this. Oh, thank you. That's a good reminder, Terry. Thank you. Thumbs up on the video. Very much appreciated. If you guys are still here, thumbs up. That is one of the easiest ways that you can support a content creator like me. Anyone that you're watching, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or Flip Flop or Wim Wham or Pinterest or I don't know, whatever it is, YouTube. That is one of the easiest ways that you can support someone. And it's one of the cheapest ways because it costs you nothing. Just to give a little thumbs up. You know, the algorithms, we all fight with the stinking algorithms. And so that just helps the algorithm to go, oh, well, this must be a good place because people seem to be liking what's happening there. All right, so those will kind of sit like that. And then that will also help to break up. If this is on this, it's kind of a little bit harder to see. That'll help to break it up. Okay, so I think one thing I might want to do, I probably didn't leave myself enough room right there because I was thinking where I had the, where has my little dog gone? Where can it be? Okay, I was thinking that maybe, let's look. One of these guys work here? One of my little icons? Okay, let's look. I could do, these are from Far and Wide. These are Far and Wide mini icons. I could do a little camera there or a map. A map. How about a map? It feels like there's something is needed there, don't you think? Or camera. I think map. I think I should do map just because map's a little different. Camera, I probably use cameras a lot. Not probably, I know I do. So what should we do? Should we do that in, I don't know, is it bit? I wish that I had just sifted all this down a little bit. I wish there was a little bit more room there up at the top. But there's not. So what if we do, I'd really kind of like to do the yellow. Let's see. Let us see. Let's see what this would look like. Would we like that there? I feel like we would. I just wish it was lower, but it's not, so it is what it is. The little map. All right, so I am going to look quickly at our inspiration sketch. Now that we're just about done, let's see how it turned out based on what I was inspired by. This one, do we see the inspiration there? Obviously the green, obviously, well, kind of the background. We just flipped the colors, white with black instead of black with white. We have our photos with a couple of things next to each photo. So loosely interpreted, but very much inspired by. Same thing when we get over here. Loosely interpreted, but also very much inspired by. This guy, that is the exact same rub-on. And then instead of this, I used that. And then instead of putting a card in there, I put those things in. So when we look at that, if you've never worked with a sketch before, different takes on how to use a sketch. Sometimes it is exactly. Sometimes you are inspired and you basically recreate it exactly as it is shown. Sometimes it's maybe a combination of colors. Sometimes it's a combination of patterns. Sometimes it's just the overall design style and how things are laid out. But you can be inspired by a sketch in a whole bunch of different ways. So if you've never worked with sketches before, think about it because they're very helpful. And when you think about something like that, your idea books are really no different, right? If we looked at a list in our idea book, maybe we looked at this one. Maybe we're not doing a Christmas layout. or Traveler's Notebook spread. Maybe we're inspired by, hey, look at, that was one piece of paper and she cut it and part of the paper is over here and part of the paper is over here. And then she did her list to the left of that. So you could be inspired, not even Christmas. So if you are working with Idea Book or if you're working with a sketch, don't just look at things that are pertinent to what you're looking for. If you are doing something summer, doesn't mean you can't look at Christmas and be inspired by something different than just Christmas. Okay. So now, what I thought I would do here, I have this little photo. That is a photo of us at North Cascades National Park in front of the lake. It's in front of that lake. Diablo Lake, I want to say? Maybe? Anyhow, I thought it might be fun if I came in here and put this picture here, because if I put a picture there, that now kind of brings the two together, because there's a lot of picture here. There'll be a lot of writing here. That might be kind of boring. So I am going to take that photo, and it's the same size as those photos that I've used over here. Maybe you go to a national park and you didn't get the greatest photos. Maybe it was super cloudy or it was raining, or maybe you just weren't taking photos that day. That doesn't mean that you can't do something like this, right? Google is your friend. I bet you if you go to Google and you Google Lassen Volcanic National Park, there's probably some really great photos of Lassen Volcanic National Park. They don't have to be yours, right? These are all mine, but they don't have to be yours. So don't let not having photos stop you from doing something if you don't have them, right? You can always find them. You can always find them. Somebody's taken a photo. All right, so I think this is what we're going to do. I think we are going to end for today. And I said, normally I don't let myself stop. I still have to write the best of from each of these parks. Now, I know I can remember what those are, right? Because look, I did this on the trip. Here is our day when we were at Crater Lake. I wrote all of these things about when we were at Crater Lake. I even did top 3 from that day at Crater Lake. So this will be really easy for me to sit down and do, because I did that when it was fresh in my mind. I did that night. Okay, so no problem for me to remember those things. Last thing I'm going to do though here is this. I think we need one more prize. Let's do one more prize while I'm finishing up. Let's do a far and wide 12 by 12 paper pack. And we will do that for both the live. We'll do that live giveaway right now in the chat. And I'll also do another one of those for the after party. After party, as a reminder, you do not have to be present to win. The live you do. But when the video is over, anytime between now and next Saturday when we're listing again, leave a comment on the video once it's over. How about this? How about just tell me, even if you weren't listing for us, what feels like a win? What's something that feels like a win? Leave me a comment. Tell me that. You don't have to write that. You just got to leave some kind of comment, or else I don't know you're there, and I can't draw a winner from somebody that I don't know is there. All right, so I'm going to insert these, adhere them into my Traveler's Notebook insert now, and then I'll do the giveaway. I'll draw the random one, and then we will be done. And then I'm going to go get some food. Because I'm hungry. Debbie, love national park stuff. I love that. All right. Virginia, afternoon with you in this amazing community. We had a fun time too. Well, I always have fun. I hope you guys always have fun. And you know what? If you are here and you are not having fun, guess what? You shouldn't be here. There's no reason for any of us to be doing something that does not add joy to our life, right? So, there's lots of things on YouTube that you could have fun doing. If this isn't one of them, then you know what? You should go do what makes you happy. Oh, and this works too because of Nick's yellow hat. We kind of figured out a way to pull in more color, right? We pulled in all that yellow, and I hadn't even planned on that with Nick's hat from Depot Bay in Oregon. I love Depot Bay in Oregon. I love the Oregon coast. Oh, that's where I would live. I would live if I had my druthers, my choice. I would live on the Oregon coast. Love it. Beautiful green. Oh my goodness, the green. The misty weather. I had never experienced beach like that until we went Oregon coast a couple of years ago, and I fell in love. And now we've been there 3 times. Once a year. We've been there once a year. I always say to Nick, I'm like, I would love to have a second home. We are not in a position to have a second home, but if we did, I said I would love for it to be the Oregon coast. But you know what we figured out that we can do? When Nick retires, well, there's no reason why we can't go pretend like we live there, right? We could go rent a house or something for a month, and we would feel like we lived there because we would be totally immersed in everything. So that will be the second best thing. Second closest to living there will be to go spend a month there and really kind of immerse ourselves in all of it. Not quite. I didn't have it quite straight yet. Not ready to commit. Not ready to commit. Okay, now I think we're good. Whoopsie. And this, oh, that's not the last one. There we go. That, having that adhesive right there on that inside is going to prevent that from wanting to lift, right? Gravity. Gravity is going to want that to just pop right up, and we don't want gravity to do that to us. All right, there we go. That is our list. That is our third list. Okay, so let's do our giveaway. I need to write it down or else I will not remember. Our third giveaway for today is a Far and Wide 12 by 12 paper pack. Far and Wide 12 by 12. And that is for both the after party prizes and live. So let's scroll up and see. Stopping is Wanda Bradford. Wanda, congratulations. Wanda is the random lucky winner of the Far and Wide 12 by 12 paper pack. Wanda, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line of that email, please put winner, Far and Wide paper pack. And in the body of the email, please give us your mailing address, and we'll get that order entered for you. And the team will ship that off to you. Well, we'll get that prize entered. The team will ship that off to you. And I'm going to say either tail end of this week or early following week, just because they are still working on getting out orders out the door for Moonlit Manor. All right, my friends, let me scroll up there. Hey, that's pretty good, you guys. We got 4 lists done in 3 hours. I mean, that's pretty good. And those were some involved lists, right? We were stamping, we were using metal dies. So that's pretty good. Not all of your lists have to take a long time. Mine do, because, you know, I like to talk. I like to chat. And then I like to use a lot of things. And I really feel like as I'm using things, I need to be explaining things and explaining what I'm doing and explaining why I put this here instead of there and explaining to you how metal dies work because you might not know, and explaining to you how you need to condition your stamps because you might not know. If I'm watching videos like this, I want to know everything. Like, give me all the information I want to know, right? So that's my perspective. And that's why sometimes it takes us a long time. But 3 lists in 4 hours, go us. That's really good. We did well today, friends. We did well. Good for us. Pat ourselves on the back. Hello, Linda May from Island Park. Nice to see you. Okay, friends, so we will be listing together again next Saturday. So the 15th of August, we will be listing again. And then we will have a break because I will be at a wedding, and then we'll be around anyhow. Best bet is to always either look at the blog. Really, the blog is the best place because every time we list, there's a link to the blog schedule. So you know when we are listing because things start to get a little crazy here. And especially when we get to October. I may end up putting in some weeknight sessions because I will be gone a lot of Saturdays traveling and teaching. All right, my friends, have a lovely rest of your weekend. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Take care of yourself. Do something good for you today or tomorrow. And I hope to see you next week. Bye. Whoopsie. Don't mind me. Just walked into one of the cabinets. Well, I didn't really walk into a cabinet. I walked into the doors on one of the cabinets. All right, friends. Bye-bye.